Hello, Green Friday to you. It's Green Ghana Day, and we got the memo. Hope you got the memo too. What I want you to do is just, some people can just look at things and identify them. I do not know what this tree is, but I need you to look at it very closely.
This is an orange tree.
You sure it's an orange tree? It smells like an orange.
Yeah, orange tree.
You need to identify these trees for us. We're going to be planting today, okay? Let's go planting. Ooh la la la. Yeah? We are ready. All we need is our Sophie.
Yeah, what
the shovel, then we are done. Let's welcome to the show. This is the 10th of June 2022. You're watching GTV Breakfast, and we are planting today. We're also in the studio for conversations around broadcasting, entertainment,
evolution of technology.
That's it. That's a conversation happening in about 32 minutes. My guest is Kweku Sintin Misa, aka KSM, who we have a one-on-one with about everything that's happening in his life. He has one of the longest running shows on television, the KSM show. It used to be called TGIF. And we're having an exploration into his mind. His Twitter is lit. Go to his Twitter. Just go to Twitter and look for KSM or Kweku Sintin Misa and just follow. You will laugh, but you will think as well. Hey, what else?
Hey, it's Green Ghana Day, and so Alan and Jay will be around the capital looking at bringing us videos and scenes from people who are planting. And then we're actually going to be covering the event at the Afua Sutherland Park. That's where the event is going to be held for the Ghana Day, and so we'll be bringing you snippets of that, and then also send us what traffic looks like from where you're coming from. And also yesterday we asked you to send us if you planted any tree last year. Do you have pictures? Have you gone to visit the tree? We encouraged you to send us pictures of those. So yes, please do that via our WhatsApp number, which is 055-5561034, or via any of our social media handles. And we are very, very active on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube as well.
Indeed. And 7 o'clock we have our sports news, 7:20 headlines. I have the female panel here with me. And God is wonderful. Allahu Akbar. The only time you can hold a tree is when it's this young. Can you imagine after 10, 20 years, what it will look like? Green Ghana Day today. You're watching GTV Breakfast. The breakfast news comes up with the flower from the north. She's got the
Liverpool chick.
Yes, red but green today.
Yeah.
Here comes Matiti. Good morning.
Good morning, it's GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. I am Malti Decider. Join us wherever you are on the globe on DSTV channel 278. We're streaming live on Facebook as well at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. It's Green Ghana Day, and today are stories that are making headlines. Some unfortunate incidents that happened in the Upper East region where a commercial driver was burned to death in his vehicle by some unknown robbers. Also, the Green Ghana campaign, we have some stories in that regard. 200 on the international front, 250,000 dead people are still on the Kenya voters register. In the United States of America, we'll be looking at gun violence. Let's start off with a Green Ghana campaign, and today is Green Ghana Day, where the country's ambitious 20 million tree planting exercise kicks into motion. Now, spurring on her climate change fight, climate watchers want governments to be innovative and apply tree monitoring technologies to track the state of the trees and support her mitigation and adaptation agenda. Improved access to information on trees planted is a guide to proper forest management and enable implementers act faster in response to changes within the ecosystem. Clara Manu reports.
Ghanaians and interest groups rallied behind the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to plant 5 million trees as part of their afforestation drive. The planting was carried out not only as a stopgap measure against climate change, but as a source of livelihood and income from the economic trees planted. Though from reports, many of the trees are still standing. Some also failed or died from improper nurturing. The choice of site or location for the planting of some of the 2021 trees may be a contributory factor for their underdevelopment. Aside that, the loss of interest in nurturing the seedlings, the lack of monitoring system, killed them. It's phase 2 of the tree planting exercise, and the Eastern region has begun a pilot program with the introduction of an app to monitor the progress of the trees in real time. Bokrom in the Nsawam Edredri municipality is the beneficiary town of this new technology.
Na wankasa hweso akopem sene ebenyin na wo hweso na se enyia obeba na wa be den wa be ma wa award nti se bokromfu ya start na se ye de a mampanyin kura hu a nani be den nani beji na nani agi bokrom.
From the day of planting, the app enables forest owners to collect data, monitor, track plant growth, and capture aerial views of the landscapes to track the changes of their degraded lands. The app also helps to estimate if the plants are developing properly and detect early infections or pests that may attack it. The Plant Genetic Resource Research Institute of the CSIR is assisting with the education drive on the benefits of trees and the new technology.
Yeah. Now you're kama. Na odi ayede. Odi ashe amelanu. Na wine gentle. Akaneti na ayede. Egu. Come. Now we are where they.
Very good idea.
Na wamia say kama.
The Eastern Regional Minister, Mr. Seth Echampon, is upbeat. This new technology will complement government's efforts and assist the region regain her resilience when replicated in other towns.
Climate change is an ongoing fight which is in progress. I call it work in progress. We can't just complete it overnight with our narrative. We just have to keep on being innovative with our strategies so that our people would also receive and accept the pathway we want to lead them. It hasn't been easy, and it won't be easy, because man must survive, and our people believe in survival.
Nature for climate, and if not us, then who? Developed the technology being piloted at Bokrom to track trees planted to contribute to Ghana's nature-based climate change adaptation strategy. The bold step by governments to reclaim degraded mine-out sites and deforested areas can become successful with citizen participation and partnerships with the private sector for knowledge sharing. Visit Your Tree was an initiative introduced along the line by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to afford persons who planted trees on the Green Ghana Day a visit to their planting site to check on the welfare of the trees. But how easier and effective would it be if people could easily monitor the progress of these trees remotely from their phones rather than constantly visiting it in person? For GBC News, Clara Mlano reporting.
Still on Green Ghana, meanwhile, President Akufo-Addo and the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Abu-Jinapor, will kickstart the tree planting exercise at the Ifua Sutherland Park in Accra. Launched in 2021, the Green Ghana Day is earmarked for the planting of trees across the country. The first edition of the 5 million trees planted, with 85%, which has turned out to be successful. The second edition is set for today and is targeting 20 million trees. The Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and Deputy Minister George Mrikuduka will be planting at the Tamale Airport. The Asantehene Otumfor Saitutu will also be planting with Deputy Minister Benito Owusu-Bio at the Kumasi Golf Park. Lands and Natural Resources Minister Samuel Abu-Jinapor will join members of the Diplomatic Corps and British citizens at Achimota Forest to plant some trees in the forest. The Chief Justice, Justice Kwesieni Nyebua, will plant at his residence, while Second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Honourable Andrew Esiama Mwako, will lead some MPs to plant at the forecourt of Parliament House. On Road Safety and Green Ghana Day, the National Road Safety Authority associates itself with the Green Ghana project of the Forestry Commission under the auspices of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The authority, in collaboration with the Ghana COVID-19 Trust Fund, will today engage communities along the Nsawam-Suhum Highway in an outreach for adherence to road safety and COVID-19 protocols and to plant over 1,000 trees within the communities in support of the national call under the Green Ghana initiative by the Forestry Commission and the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to restore degraded landscapes in the country, mitigate climate change, and inculcate the values of planting and nurturing trees among the citizenry. The authority wishes to inform individual groups, ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, Metropolitan Municipal and District Assemblies, civil society organizations, corporate organizations, and the general public, especially those with intent to plant trees along or near the road, that the best way to avoid road traffic crashes with trees is to keep trees a safe distance from the roadside. While the authority encourages the general public to take part in the 2022 Green Ghana Day, it advises that the trees must be planted only at locations where the trees do not impede the driver or rider's visibility and not likely to be struck by a vehicle. The authority further advises that persons who intend to plant trees along the road must avoid doing so close to or near the road. The authority provides the following to guide the public in the exercise. Spacing between two trees in a row along the road should be 9 meters to 12 meters. Trees should be at least 12 meters apart from the center of the carriageway. Trees that grow up to 30 feet should be planted at least 3 to 4 feet, that's 1 meter from sidewalks. And trees that grow 30 to 50 feet, that's 10 to 15 meters tall, should be planted 5 to 6 feet, that's 1.5 to 2 meters from sidewalks. Trees that grow more than 50 feet high should be planted at least 8 feet, that's 2.5 meters from sidewalks. Any tree trunk which will achieve a diameter greater than 77 millimeters in due course should be located a substantial distance from the edge of the road, advisedly a minimum of 20 meters from the carriageway, and further where travel speeds are greater than 50 kilometers per hour. The National Road Safety Authority wishes all Guineans a crash-free Green Ghana exercise. An upbeat President Akufo-Addo says Ghana's economy is on rebound from the devastating effects of COVID-19 when he inaugurated Nestle Ghana's expanded infant cereals plant at Tema. Nana Akufo-Addo said the 174.5 million Ghana cedis investment plant and many others should send signals to the investor community that the economy remains resilient and investments will thrive.
It's been 45 years since Nestle Ghana started the production of its famous brand Cerelac, primarily for infants. Today, Nestle Ghana has expanded the production plant of cereals to 6,700 tons per annum. Nestle Ghana says it has invested 174.5 million Ghana cedis in the plant, which produces for the West and Central Africa region with the installation of 4 different equipment: material equipment, work process equipment, roller dryer equipment, and the finished equipment. The managing director of Nestle Ghana, Mr. Giorgio Baradu, said with the new expanded plant, Nestle can now meet the demand for its infants products in West and Central Africa.
Today, our factory exports to as many as 23 countries in Africa and 5 in Europe. This investment will not only help grow our business in Ghana, but will transform this factory into an export hub for the Cerelac business in Africa. Our production growth over time will give more and more opportunities to our farmers to sell the local produce.
The Minister for Trade and Industry, Mr. Alan Tremantin, said this plant falls in line with the government's industrialization agenda, which will make Ghana self-reliant.
The new serious manufacturing plant we are commissioning today is not only going to provide direct employment for over 800 people, which will improve their livelihoods and that of their dependents, but will also go a long way to boost the government's strategic efforts aimed at import substitution, especially in sectors where there is local capacity for value addition.
The President, Ane Akufo-Addo, highlighted the importance of such facilities in Ghana's drive to be independent in food production and self-reliant. He said this is a sign that Ghana is picking up from the effects of COVID-19.
The commissioning of this 175 million CG state-of-the-art plant to manufacture infant cereals for the domestic market by expanding the factory's capacity by 6,900 metric tons, as well as for 22 markets in other countries in Central and West Africa, is a timely investment. The investment by a major multinational company does not only underscore the confidence that Nestle and its shareholders have in the Ghanaian economy, but it is also a signal to the global business community that the Ghanaian economy is recovering to its pre-COVID-19 levels.
The 67,700 capacity plant is expected to create an additional 800 direct jobs to Ghanaians.
Let's look at crime now. And the Ashanti Regional Police Command says 2 armed robbers were arrested by the police in Kumasi in the Ashanti region have been sentenced to 20 years imprisonment each for robbery. The 2, Emeka Opara and Samuel Kalu, were arrested on May 30, 2022 following the attack on a victim at the Abreport Junction branch of EcoBank. They succeeded in bolting with a bag containing an amount of 30,000 Ghana cedis, but the police were able to retrieve the said amount from them. According to the police service, because the 2 have been duly convicted and are no longer suspects, their images have been displayed with the new police service standard operating procedure. The police is also urging any person who can recognize any of the 2 armed robbers in connection with other crimes to contact the nearest police station for further action. Let's still look at crime and the state of security in the north, where 1 person was burnt to death on Wednesday afternoon at Nakom in Boko along the Pusega-Widana road. The deceased was said to have been driving from Boko to Pusega area when he was confronted by some unknown gunmen. 2 females who were on board the vehicle were made to alight and chased away, after which they set the vehicle ablaze and burnt the driver to death. The military has since conveyed the body from the scene. Though calm has returned to the town, the incident has left commuters of the road in fear. We have Peter on the phone lines. He's our regional correspondent in the Upper East region, and we want to talk further on the state of security in that area pertaining what just happened with the burning and killing of a commercial driver along the Pusega-Boku road. Hello, Peter. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Right. How is the community faring this morning after that happened?
Thank you very much for having me, and good morning to our viewers. Currently in the Upper East region or in Boku, the situation is calm now because this is something that they have been experiencing over the years, and so they are getting used to some of these deaths or some of these attacks that they always experience in their daily activities. When that incident happened, people who lived along that particular part of the road expressed fear because they do not know when it will be his or her turn, or it will be whose turn. And so there was fear though traveling on that road. But according to the people around that area, those who know they do not know why this thing has befallen him, because they have not ever noticed or seen him holding any weapon that may be of any destruction to someone. And so there's surprise also on the people around that area who were there seeing this gentleman burning to death inside this particular vehicle that he was.
Does that go to say that people are wondering if it was a planned attack or just a random act of robbery that led to his death?
Yes. So people really cannot tell, and that he was being followed by some unknown gunmen from a particular distance. Some people who were in the car suspected that these gentlemen who were following them, maybe they were following them to attack them. So they advised the gentleman, the deceased, to stop at the nearest police checkpoint when they get there. But he thought that, oh, he has not done anything to anybody, so why would they be following him? And so when they went a further distance, then these people on a motorbike crossed them and asked them to stop in the car. So when they stopped, they brought out these two people who were on board, 2 or 3 people who were on board, and asked them to move away from the site. And so then that they told the gentleman that was the end of his life. Today was his last day on earth, and that confrontation started there. So they did not even try allow him to come out or speak. So they started firing him and decided to set the vehicle ablaze.
Right.
I don't know whether this man had any problem with somebody, so they cannot tell why he was a target.
Finally, is there any first-hand information from the police so far?
The police have been mute on this particular issue of late, because anytime you try to communicate or have an interaction with them, they are not willing to speak, or they either speak on condition of anonymity. So for now, we do not have any statement or anything coming from the police or the military in Boko.
Right. We'll get back to you. Peter Agengre is our Upper East Regional Correspondent, and he's been giving us updates on what happened on that Boko Poseka Road, where a commercial driver was burnt to death and the passengers on board were robbed by some unknown men. We'll bring you details of anything that happens with investigations in our subsequent bulletins on GBC News. But let's move to the international front, away from the north, and Nigeria's Ondo State Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu now says at least 40 people died in Sunday's church attack in Owu in Nigeria's Ondo State. Previously, the authorities had said 22 people died. In a statement, the governor said that 61 people were currently admitted in nearby hospitals for treatment and 26 had been discharged. There were 127 people in the church when the attack happened. Mr. Akeredolu added that the government would set up a memorial park to remember the attack victims. Let's go to Kenya and do some politics and elections, where Kenya's electoral agency says an ongoing audit of its voters' roll has found the names of nearly 250,000 deceased voters on the register. Nearly 500,000 more voters were found to have duplicate records, and more than 226,000 people were registered using documents that do not belong to them.
Kenya's Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission said others had also registered with invalid documents. The Commission's chairman said because of the implementation of the preliminary audit findings, the Commission would delay certifying the final register for publication. The Commission said earlier that it would publish the register of voters on or before 9th June 2022, but has pushed that to June 20, 2022 as it seeks to address the findings by KPMG, the firm contracted to do the audit. Electoral irregularities in past elections in Kenya have led to deadly violence. This year's elections will be held on 9th August 2022. 4 presidential candidates have been cleared to run in the election. They are David Imwari, George Wajakoya, Raila Odinga, and William Ruto.
Let's look at gun violence in the United States, where the U.S. House of Representatives has voted through a series of measures regulating the sale of guns. The new measures would bar sales of semi-automatic weapons to people under 21 and ban large-capacity magazines. But Republican opposition in the Senate means the bill has little chance of entering law despite a renewed focus on gun control in the wake of a series of mass shootings in the U.S. We'll take our weather reports now. How is Friday and the weekend going to look like? Felicity Ahafionyo, who is the head of Central Analysis and Forecasting at the Ghana Meteorology Agency, on the phone lines. Good morning, Felicity.
Good morning, Maltiti.
How is our weather looking like today, Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, today is looking pretty busy in terms of weather. The rainstorm I talked about has moved in. It's engulfing the part of the country, stretching from the north to the coast. So it's going to be a countrywide affair. But then it's not every place that is going to see the precipitation out of it. Some will just see the cloudiness. Then later on, the sun will break through. So for parts of Volta region, parts of Greater Accra, Central, Western region, Eastern Ashanti, Bono, Ahafo, Savannah, Northern region, Northeast, and then Northwest, and then Upper East, and then the Upper West. Yes, there is a storm that is moving in, so we are expecting cloudy weather throughout. Then later, some spelling over the western flank. Temperatures will be around 31 for the coast, especially those over the western region, because the rain will get to them later in the morning into the afternoon. Then those of us over the middle sector, Kumasi, will have 33. Those of us going to the north will have 36 over Bole area. But then those of us over Tamale, END, and its surroundings, Volga, Nabrongo, ours will be 32 degrees Celsius. For the sea is pretty not good for any fishing activities today. The storm part of it is over the sea, so it is expected to be rough today. So fishing, if anybody wants to go for fishing on the sea, has to do it with caution. The water lake too, the storm is striking over their areas, so it's also not possible for them. If they want to, if it's a must, they must trek with caution. By afternoon, the river will be free for any activities that they want to do. Tomorrow, Saturday, there is also 40% chance of rain in the forecast for Ghana. Sunday is looking pretty good for any outdoor activities. So if there's going to be any massive rain for Sunday, we'll definitely get it across by our weather warning. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Felicity Ahafionyo is the head of Central Analysis and Forecasting at the Ghana Meteor Agency. She did say that there's a rainstorm that's moving from the north to the coast, so you would want to look at. You can catch this on Facebook if you just missed the weather report on Ghana Broadcasting Corporation's page on Facebook, and you know how the weather will look like for this weekend. But up next is technology, innovation of technology, and Valerie will be sitting with the tech people, after which Kweku Sintimisa KSM will be on the show as well, on The Scoop with CAF. There'll be breakfast showbiz as well. The show is packed and entertaining. Stay with us. I am Maltiti Saida Sadiq.
And they call me UJ. Yeah, yeah. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pamper, so we try was suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone.
coldness level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sunana Sheikh Armiya Shu'aib, kakakin National Chief Imam. Dukkanmu muna da labari cewa jakadan da ke kulawa da kiwon lafiya sannan da ma'aikatan da ke kulawa da kiwon lafiya sun yi buki na buɗe kai na alluran COVID-19 a cikin watan Maris na shekara 2021. Tun da aka yi wannan bukin buɗe kai, miliyoyi daga cikin 'ya'yan ƙasa sun yi wannan alluran. Ni kuma ina farin ciki in tabbatar muku cewa ni kuma na yi. Amma cikin wannan halin da muke, akwai kuma miliyoyi daga cikin mutane 'ya'yan ƙasa waɗanda ba su yi wannan alluran ba. Kada ka yarda tsoro da zance na ɓace-ɓace ya hana ka yin wannan alluran. Maganin allura na COVID-19 magani ne ina da inganci, yana da ƙarfi, kuma ana yin shi ba tare da an karɓi kuɗi ba. Saboda hakan nan ka yi ƙoƙari ka haɗa kanka, kai maka kawo kanka don a yi maka wannan alluran da kai da iyalinka. Ka tabbatar ka kula cewa dukkanmu ba mu da garkuwa, ba mu da kiyaye, ba mu da fita, face kowa daga cikinmu ya yi wannan allura. Ka yi ƙoƙari ka dunga sa takunkumi na fuska don ka kiyaye. Ka wanke hannunka da sabulu ƙarƙashin ruwa wanda yake mai gudana, sannan kuma ka kula da yin tazara tsakaninka da mutane. Ka yi ma kanka garkuwa, ka yi ma iyalinka garkuwa, saboda don mu dukanmu mu samu kiyayewa ga barin kamuwa da wannan ciwo na COVID-19.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hi again. It's a Green Ghana Day. It's also a TGIF edition of the Breakfast Show, and we are live on all our social media platforms, streaming live especially on Facebook and very interactive on Twitter and Instagram if you look for the hashtag GTV Breakfast. And so yeah, it's 2022 and we get to know what's happening everywhere in the world in seconds when it happens, and it's no longer you have to wait 2-3 days or a couple of hours before you get information because of and its evolution. We are in what we call a global village. But bringing it down to Ghana, somewhere in 1995, Ghana became the first sub-Saharan country in Africa to have full internet connectivity. I don't have internet everywhere I go in Ghana. Sometimes even right here in Accra we don't have internet. And so we're going to be talking about the evolution of technology here in Ghana and how we are utilizing it. Have we harnessed it enough? And the opportunities in there. And to have this conversation, I have Dr. Tony Harvey, who is the Chief Information Officer for the City of Muncie Schools in the state of Indiana, USA. And he joins us today at the table. Good morning, Dr. Harvey.
Good morning.
You know, the first thing anybody would ask is, we don't have full internet connectivity, do we?
Thank you for having me this morning. We do not have full connectivity across the entire country, but in our boundaries, we have connectivity across various spectrums. So we're looking at the northern region to the southern region, western region, central region. There are spotty or good connectivity across certain towns and villages, but we can't say that we have 100% coverage. Bandwidth is not strong all over the place, but when you say we have full connectivity, it means Ghana as a country has adopted a strategy to make sure that when internet is required, we have it. When internet is needed, we do have it. And if it has to be deployed to make sure that essential services are carried out, we are able to provide those services within the specified time that is required. Right. So yes, it means that we have internet coverage in Ghana. We can get it when we need it, but whether it is 100% full throttled bandwidth, that is questionable.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so before we come to the evolution and you walk us through the history of technology in Ghana, what do you do as the Chief Information Officer at the Muncie Schools? Give us a brief of who you are first.
Thank you.
Right.
Muncie is a city in Indiana, and as part of my role, I make sure that I provide direction. I develop all the strategies. I make sure that when our students in the city and their families need internet, they have reliable, stable, and fast internet. When they need devices to study, they have all the required devices, from laptops to Apple devices to tablets. They have everything they need to be able to perform as well as they can in their school, in their various disciplines.
Right.
We make sure that there is no disparity between who can afford and who cannot afford. So we provide internet connectivity, devices, educational materials to every student who has enrolled in the city. That is what we call digital citizenry, because we want all our students to be afforded even platform to be able to study to their God-given ability.
Okay, now let's come back to the history of ICT here in Ghana. So in 1995, we became the first country to have full internet connectivity. What has been the journey so far? Have we harnessed all the possibilities in there? Tell us the journey, how Ghana has fared.
So during the internet years, 1989, when it became prominent in the world, Ghana, as one of the African countries, decided that we wanted to be part of the global world.
Sure.
So we started revolutionizing our systems. And you remember those days you had a manual typewriter, right? And you have to key it out and use a white out to erase and print it. And you have this huge or large number of filing cabinets that you need to store your data in. Those years are gone. But our transitioning was mainly in the offices. We used our offices to enhance our technology. So that's where it came from. We didn't go from bottom up, we went from up down. And that is where we started from, making sure that our systems, our offices, our ministries, our government functioning
communities have internet, and they made sure that we are transitioning from the manual process to the current process. Where are we now? From the days that we write letters and go to the post office to mail them, now we have moved to where we are able to use smart devices. We use smart devices these days to make sure that we are understanding communication between parties. How do we use those devices? It's a different question, but in Ghana right now, we have moved away from making sure that we are using the devices for just communication and social media to health. We are in e-health. We are using those to work on our senior citizens to make sure that we have visiting rights, because we can use the media to view what they're doing, whether they are well and all this kind of stuff. In our educational systems, we are using telecommunication or the technology to be able to teach our students. We are even, I've read and asked and seen some students develop drones, right? The drone system. That is the way to go right now. So we are harnessing gradually technology, but we are not at our full strength yet. We still have a long way to go. I'm looking at our banking system, and you don't have to go into banks anymore. You can do your online transactions, but those are not still being maximized. So Ghana has gone from manual processes to intermediary, using the devices for what they are meant for, to an enhanced state where NITA, National Information Technology Agency, is now developing strategies to make sure that we have full grasp of what data is, who has it, and what we use our devices for.
Right. But why is, per your experience and research into technology here in Ghana, why is data so expensive?
So let me break it down.
Okay.
We need a system where we have valued our data or evaluated our data. Data is a large amount of information to process, and so you want to make sure that you have classified your data, and that's what I call data valuation, and to which ones are so important to you that you need to put maximum protection on. You cannot protect all your data because they are so vast. So you need to have the top brass data that you can put all your resources on, and then you have your medium data that you think that even if it's compromised, you are fine with it. And then there are some data that you say they can have it. If they want to have that, they can have that. So if you classify your data and you put value, asset, cost to them, you'll be able to put premium on data that you do not want bad actors to have. You do not want hackers to have, or you don't want people to steal. Those are your prime data, your confidential data, your state secret. And if you're in a private organization, you're talking about your company's proprietary information that you want to guard as much as possible. Those are the ones that you lock down and you only take when you need.
Okay. Talking about keeping your data safe and from people, we find in recent times, especially people who work in the government sector, you know, when we fill our forms with information, we later find that some people somehow get access to our private information, including our phone numbers, our email addresses, and all of that, and keep sending us spam messages. How do, as an individual, okay, do I have rights? And how do I make sure my rights are protected so that Party B doesn't sell my data to Party C? How do we have rights? And if we do, shed more light on it.
Right, so that is a two-pronged question.
Okay.
One, to answer your question, one has to do with what role government has to play in terms of legislation, in terms of laws.
Right.
Because if there are no laws governing who has access to your data, there's no way you can prosecute anybody. It will be a free-for-all, all right? So government has laws to make sure that if someone
gets your data, if someone steals your data, if someone intrudes upon your private space and takes your data, that person can be prosecuted accordingly. On the other hand, you as the owner of the data has a role to play, and that role includes making sure that your device is locked all the time. If it's a computer, laptop, you need to have a complex password on it. I know most of us don't like passwords, but you need to make sure that your password is complex enough, which means there should be a number, uppercase, it should be 8 characters or more, and make sure that you don't leave it there, because if you leave it, someone can gain access to it. Most often when you're using your device, you get a notification that you need to update your device, you need to patch your device. Those are critical because there are loopholes or vulnerabilities in browsers or operating systems which run on those devices. Your responsibility is to make sure that those are patched all the time and those are updated all the time, because these bad actors are looking for loopholes or spaces or backdoors to be able to steal your data. So if you don't change the key or the lock to your house, and you use the same old lock that people have keys to, guess what? They're going to break into your house without an effort. So your job is to make it a little bit difficult for the bad actor or for the one looking for your data to gain access to your data. Yeah, so we have laws. Ghana government needs to be able to advertise those. They need to make noise about those. That could be a deterrent to those who want to steal your data. But it's an ongoing problem. It's going to be a problem. It will continue to be a problem, I'm sorry to say. But we have to take steps to make sure that we are dissuading those people from doing it. And the penalty should be huge, so that it will make sure that when you steal my data and you use it for nefarious activity, you pay the maximum penalty for it.
Right. Dr. Harvey, in terms of security, when it comes to technology, how have we evolved as a country?
Sorry to say, the private sector has taken control of most of these ones. I know the private sector is doing very well when it comes to security. Let me explain what I mean by security. I mean, there are so many layers of security. There are the enterprise level security, which means that the company itself, a bigger picture, the company should make sure that all devices, all their servers, their internet and intranet are all up to date. Not up to date in terms of new gadgetry, up to date in terms of all the patches. When Microsoft or Google or AWS pull up or tell you that there is some vulnerability they've identified, it is your company's job to make sure that those patches, the IT department is well resourced enough to patch all your system. Patching means that you just download the update, configure it right, and make sure that all the loopholes that have been identified by the vendor, the ISP, whether it's Vodafone or it's Airtel or it is Amazon or whatever it is, they tell you what problems they have in your software. And you need to make sure that you are just downloading it and installing it and making sure that your services are optimized. No company wants a downtime. And if you don't download the patch and people get access to it, they can bring your company down for an hour, half a day, 4 days, 5 days. And you don't want that to happen. So it's simple. Train your IT team to be aware of all the vulnerabilities that exist. And if they do, they need to have a timely and planned maintenance process to be able to update all your systems. Security is a wide area, but if you pick them into pieces and assign them to the right people, you should be able to patch, update, train your people not to share their passwords. All right, train your people not to put their passwords under their keyboards. All those kind of stuff could have an impact on whether your company is secured, whether your data is secured, whether the person using your devices is secure, because we are individuals working for the institution. So Human beings are the weakest link, but if you train them to understand security vulnerabilities, they are able to help the organization maintain their security posture.
Okay. Now, to more on evolution. So, computers came to replace typewriters, and over the years, most of the computers and gadgets have advanced features.
Right.
Has it come to simplify life or made it more complicated?
It's come to enhance our lives.
Right.
Depending on what you use it for, you may be confused, frustrated, excited, or not. One thing that has been standard in computing is the keyboard. All right, the 101 keyboard or 102 keyboards is the same on our smart devices, like our dentures. Not too many people have more than 60 up, 16 teeth down. It's always 32. If you want to make it 48, you can. But the same thing with keyboards. Keyboards have been the same. That has been a standard feature. Everything else has been miniaturized, has been made smaller. Those days that we had a huge mainframe to large desktops are gone. These days we have laptops, we have smartphones, we have smartwatches, we have embedded memories and all this kind of stuff. Everything has been made portable, all right? And we have used computers for more, computers have had more functionality than we always have had. Look at social media, look at Instagram, look at everything that we're using computers for these days. They are not now on a secretary's desktop or a desk or a director's desk. We are using computers for a lot of stuff that we didn't even think about in 1995 when we adopted full connectivity across Ghana. So how we harness and how we utilize computers these days depends on the strategy developed by the country. The country, Ghana, has to make sure that they are making a lot of noise about the potential of computers. All right, we do not have to. We need to have a strategy to make sure that we are not overbearing other people, because it could be a little bit confusing and frustrating. But if you find people in specific groups and develop applications for them to use on their computers, churches, schools, hospitals, the elderly, infants, teachers, if you develop applications for them, give them the devices, explore those applications in their area of interest, that enhances their interest in computers. So from accounting to IT to health to our cars. Now every car has an embedded chip. If you go service your car, they don't remove your carburetor anymore. They run a diagnostics to figure out whether some of the sensors have smoke in it, on it, or dirt on it, or it's malfunctioned. They replace that chip and you are in good shape. So it hasn't frustrated us, it's enhanced our lifestyle. And to the extent that you don't have to drive miles to see your doctor, you can call your doctor and make an appointment. To the extent that when you need money, you can just transfer money using your Ghana Momo. And to the extent that if you want to chat with a friend, you can send an instant message, and with that it's going through all the pleasantries of an official letter, and you're going to get an instant response. So what is better than just sending a message to your grandmother or your mom or your father saying a quick hello, without he thinking that you are being disrespectful for not calling?
Right. And also the outbreak of COVID showed us that we could still be in a virtual world and live in a virtual world and move. Education moved online. Everything else moved online. What's the future of ICT like? It looks exciting to me, but from a professional's point of view, what's the future of ICT?
For an IT person, it's created a lot of work because you have to be creative. COVID has brought up taking down some of the norms, all right? Those days, web conferencing was not standard. It has to be in person. If you don't come into my office, I don't go to your office, there's not going to be a meeting. All right, but these days it's okay to send up WebEx or Zoom or Skype or whatever media you use, web conferencing media you use. It's okay to set up a web meeting. So it's brought up some flexibility. We have to be creative and we have to be innovative. And through the use of these services, we have no option than to make sure that we are catching up with the times. There are countries that are ahead of Ghana, and we have to catch up with the times. If we can't catch up with Europe and North America, we need to make sure that we are the standard bearers of Africa. South Africa is ahead of us. I looked at statistics, and Ethiopia is ahead of us. We are the 8th large users of internet in Africa, and I want to make sure that I said this clear. We are doing just fine, but just fine is not good enough. There are opportunities that we can use our technology for, and we want to make sure that we are using technology to enhance the lifestyle of Ghanaians. Positive enhancement, which means that we are extending our lifespan. We are learning new stuff with our computers, and not just the media, social media, all those kind of stuff. They help, but that is not all.
Okay, so during COVID, when COVID broke, we saw online some hospitals and even restaurants in China and other countries using robots. How far do you think Ghana has to get there when we can send robots can take medicine to hospitals, send it to patients? You know, how far do we have to go?
The private sector, some hospitals are doing it already. What I would say is that we have to invest in our people. Anything that you do requires a capital outlay. We got to invest in people, we got to invest in technology. The technology is there for you to use, but how you strategize yourself or position yourself to take advantage of them is very, very important and crucial. So yes, Ghana is trending, but we need to align ourselves with the West. I mean, we already have. Make sure that we understand what the benefits are when it comes to using technology in health, what the benefits are when you use technology in aviation, in schools, and we should get our curricula going. Students work. The new generation understands it better than the older generation, and we got to make sure that we are imbuing those students with the know-how and the thought process to understand that this is your time. When in the next 10 years, are we going to use robots to deliver food instead of motorcycles? We're using drones. Are we going to use drones to decide
where are you using drones? Where are you using drones to transport medical supplies? We've been to one of the facilities, and it was amazing what we saw.
It is an interesting concept. I was doing a presentation last week, I think, and I was telling the country I was talking to that the next war is not going to be physical, man. It's going to be cyber. It's going to be drone. They're going to put warheads on drones. They're going to retrofit drones to take pictures of where militaries are, if it's not already been done in Ukraine and Russia. So
we see it in some movies.
It's there, yeah. But are we there yet? No. Are we driving ourselves towards that area? A little bit, but it's not as intensive as I would expect. I wish that Ghana would make that noise, push and their curriculum, invest money in those areas for the upcoming generation, because we don't want to be left behind.
Right. We are very, very active on our WhatsApp number 055-556-1034, and CAF has a few messages for us. It's on our screen. CAF.
Yes, thank you very much. Amdani Abdul Majid wants to know the effects of technology on our bodies, because he thinks we are too much into technology. And Aaron is asking a question: does our academic structure allow students to explore and exhibit their talents? Those are the two questions.
Can I answer those questions?
Yes, you can.
All right, great. So technology is not having a major negative effect on our bodies. The only effect I would think about is that it's not allowing us to be mobile. We don't get up anymore. So diabetes, blood pressure, obesity, back problems. Because we are not getting up as often as we normally would do if we didn't have to sit and type all day or be on our social media page all day. But to say that is giving you a hearing problem or is giving you cancer and all those kind of stuff, if you're using your Bluetooth, if you're making calls all the time, helps. But I would say it's having a major negative health impact on us. Concerning our curricula or curriculum, some of them are too rigid. I would hope that our students will be given the opportunity to explore, be creative, go outside the standard teaching, testing process. Let them have some creative products that they could be graded upon, and because out of test and error brings out innovation. If you don't try it out, if you don't test it out, there's no way you're going to be successful. So I'm looking forward to and talking to anyone who wants to hear about allowing our students to be themselves, give them that room, 10% or 20% of their curriculum, to be able to create something digitally or create something in class that could become a trade, that could become a profession, that could enhance somebody's life and all this kind of stuff. So, yep.
Right. You're also the co-founder of Tech Fluent Solutions.
Yep.
Tell us a bit about it. And okay, yeah, you tell us about it.
I'm excited about Tech Fluent because we realized that most companies, everyone has a computer, everyone has a server, everyone has internet, but nobody has the time to know who is on their profile, who is on their network, all right? So we are in the back end, make sure that we are remoting into your system and patching your system for you, training your people, creating governance documents for you. Governance means that IT policies, all right? We need to make sure that we have policies in place to protect our network, to protect the business community. So Tech Fluent Solutions, which excites me, has to do with supporting government. We want to be partners with government, private sector, help them understand that if you protect your data, which is your main asset, you will be able to, you'll be profitable, you will be secured, you will be able to understand that other actors are out there watching you because they are your competitors and they are trying to make sure that they outdo you. So thank you for asking that question.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Tony Harvey, for coming on the show. Where do we find you on social media for people who want to connect with you?
You can find us at techfluentsolutions.com. Our website, or you can find us on LinkedIn, techfluentsolutions.com.
Right, thank you, Dr. Tony Harvey. And so we are doing just fine in terms of technology, but we can do better as a country. Those are words from Dr. Tony Harvey, and he has been our guest to have this conversation of evolution of technology in Ghana, and he's the Chief Information Officer for the City of Managed Schools in the state of Indiana, USA, and he has been our guest at the table. Coming up next is the Liverpool chick, Maltiti Cider Siddiq, with Breakfast Sports.
It's Friday, it's time for sports. GTV Breakfast Sports with me, Maltiti Cider Sadek. On this side, what's happening in the sporting world in your favorite sport? The stories that are making headlines look at Ghana in the Kirin Cup in Japan, how they are preparing for the tournament. We'll also look at athletics. Blatter has also denied some of the allegations that have been slapped on him in Swiss court. We'll bring you those details as well. We'll look at the Ghana Premier League. Borussia Dortmund is in Ghana as well. Now, the German Bundesliga giants Borussia Dortmund has begun their first leg of a historic 5-day tour of Ghana. Since their arrival on Wednesday, there has been the Youth Development Coaching Clinic. chants for Children's Home and a gala dinner yesterday. But the biggest will be the historic game between the Borussia Dortmund 11 versus Africa 11 at the Accra Sports Stadium tomorrow. Let's look at athletics now. Ghana's female high jumper Rose Amoniama has won Ghana's first gold medal at the ongoing Africa Athletics Championships in Mauritius. Let's look at the Kirin Cup now. Depleted Black Stars side are set to face Japan with 18 players due to injury, COVID-19 infections and transfer negotiations. Reports say Coach Otoado has made 3 new call-ups, namely Maxwell Francis Abu and goalkeeper Emmanuel Ogura, to substitute the withdrawals. Let's look at the Black Lions now. And the Black Lions have held their first training session at the Cape Coast Stadium ahead of their opening match against Nigeria in the 2022 WAFU Zone B and the 17 Cup of Nations qualifiers. Now, the tournament kicks off tomorrow and ends on June 24, 2022. Let's look at the Ghana Premier League now. All Ghana Premier League March Day 33 games are expected to kick off at 3 p.m. on Sunday, 12 June 2022, except the game between Asante Kotoko and Elmina Sharks at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium. And Kotoko will be crowned champions of the 2021-2022 Ghana Premier League after their game with Elmina Sharks, which kicks off at 6 p.m. Let's look at the fixtures from today to the weekend, and as you can see on your screen, on Sunday, the 12th of June 2022, Lagos City's FC will face Kerala United in a crucial game there. Adriana Stars will meet Bibiani Gold Stars in a game as well. Brekum Chelsea will meet Dreams FC in a classic game. RTU, the Lions of the North, will lock horns with King Faisal, the Inshallah boys. Ashanti Gold will meet Bechem United in a game as well. Mediama SC will play Accra Lions. Wafa will meet 11 Wonders, who have not been doing so well on the league table as well. Asante Kotoko SC and Elmina Sharks, who are bottom on the league table, will meet in a crucial game as well. Great Olympics Oledade will face Hearts of Oak, the former league champions of the Ghana Premier League. Now let's move to some matters concerning corruption and football. And the former FIFA president Sepp Blatter has denied approving fraudulent payments to Michel Platini, saying that 2011 transfer followed agreements, and between the pair, prosecutors claim a 2 million Swiss francs. That's 1.6 million pounds payment made by Blatter to ex-UEFA President Platini was unlawful. Now, both men who deny wrongdoing are on trial in Bellinzona, Switzerland. The start of the trial was delayed by a day on Wednesday after Blatter said he was too ill to testify. He told the court he had chest pains and was having difficulty breathing. The 86-year-old gave his testimony on Thursday and said he asked Platini to be his advisor when he was first appointed president of FIFA in 1998. He said former France captain Platini wanted 1 million Swiss francs, that's 806,030 pounds per year, but Blatter told him FIFA could not afford that fee. Away from all that, let's move to the Nations League, and Pablo Sarabia scored the only goal as Spain deservedly beat Switzerland for their first win of the Nations League. Sarabia slid home Marcos Llorente.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pumpy, so we try to suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the I'm gonna do, we go straight to stardom. I'm gonna take you to the next level. Oh, my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to the next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't go next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet. And the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Injija woman malaria and kawon to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a cope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, Ashasa, a Jedi in Kratoi Ajatus.
From 1921 to 2021, the journey to our centenary has been amazingly worthy. Azar Group is 100 years and continues to achieve greatness.
Main brands which were in the company are Azar Tex, which is an emulsion paint, texture paints, which we were the first people to produce it in Ghana, and Azar Gloss, which is oil paint. We were the first people to produce the carpenter's glue. Now we have new products like silicone paint.
Join Azar Group celebrate 100 years and to create another brilliant 100 years together.
Hey, tell me what? Tell me what?
Hey, tell me, wait. Tell me, beer.
Then ma wa worry me. Watch me you come 1 week me say oh. Now who papa?
Yes. Oga, now then. Senior, name me new ma cut down my business is a collapse my house am. So who take quick credit in Ghana? Quick credit? Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Edi atre odwadiem. We are government and a private worker. Who pesika dey ate hot so. We are bosumi adwuma. Who here sika dey bibi tempai so. Quick credit be ma loan. Am what you an kakra. Na enije sem kese ne say a collateral free loaner, susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBL. You hear me say, who Ghana card 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now one hour young. Who need excuse here? Quick credit to 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. Besina quick credit.
Hello.
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, City. With your voice, don't teach my okay. I can't live without you. Talk to me.
Daddy, the money.
Oh, yeah. I'm a. Thank you too. Oba money for you now that you'll be able to me. Have you real phone? Yeah, me and my wife. Where is it?
In your Beneto. You think slave queens are cheap?
Oh, all that.
Just use ZPay to send me 1,000 Ghana cedis. After all, the charge is only 5 cedis.
No problem. Come inside. Surprise visit.
The money.
Oh, okay. ZPay mobile money. ZPay.
Oh, thank you so much.
Don't mention.
I can even use the same ZPay mobile money to pay my bills. Now let's
dial *270# to pay all your bills with ZPay mobile money.
ZPay Shatumu Direct.
Ago! Sikaria, listen, I have good news for you. This is guaranteed to make you rich forever and ever.
I know what you're searching for. I'm alerting you.
Ajay, madam, please.
QNet does not make false promises.
What did Mama tell you?
Report suspicious activities at 0256 630.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast.
Not just any breakfast.
Sizzling helping.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate chicken vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Yeah. Can I show what this restaurant is about?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Stand and turn.
So what's your pleasure than Botras, yeah? At that time of the morning. So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
Way of fusing the words and the melody and the harmony, and there's no space in the music, and you're just either singing the melody or you're singing the words. Fantastic songwriter, Charles, I think it's Kojo Fusu, yes, aka Daddy Lumba, aka DL, aka songwriter Bakope. I love that. It's a great Friday morning. It's Green Ghana Day in Ghana. It's the birthday of a good friend, Kofi Boachi. Well, not the police officer, but my friend who's in the world of broadcasting and media and photography. And happy birthday, Kofi. Happy birthday, Nana Nyanting. That was her maiden name. I think she's a Sean now. Happy birthday to you. and God bless you as well. May your days be long and fruitful and happy. Okay, my guests are in the studio and they are ready to have the conversations. Nanaya Achimpin Jantoa, she says I must always add that. She's the General Secretary of the Convention People's Party, celebrating a historic milestone on Sunday. And Vera Redu, who is a member of the MPP's communications team. Ladies, it's so good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Nana,
It's been a while.
yes, we were in school. Disclosure, we were in school together.
Yes, so my daddy asked you, are you Nana's mate?
Yes.
I chanced on that interview.
Yes, I interviewed your father,
yes,
who was the last of Kwame Nkrumah's ministers to pass,
yes,
of his cabinet to pass away. Yeah, may he rest in peace.
Yes.
Nana, so on Sunday, the CPP celebrates 73 years of its founding. 12th June 1949 was the day that the Convention People's Party was founded.
Yeah.
How are you marking the day?
Oh, it will be on a low key. 73 years. Every time we do, mark the day, we are going to do some events here and there, visit some constituencies. Largely we want to talk about the state of the economy and how far we have come and how CPP gave us independence and how Kwame Nkrumah envisaged what Ghana would be, and ask questions whether we are there today, whether successive governments have really been able to imbibe the vision of Kwame Nkrumah, and how have we even carried the indelible legacy of Osagyefo for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and his compatriots. Every time people talk about Kwame Nkrumah is not the only founder, of course he's not, but he was the leader at the time. They moved out of the UGCC, where he was a Secretary General or General Secretary.
Like your post.
Like my post. Like he was the General Secretary of the UGCC. And as usual, these things happen in groupings and political formations, and he left because there were some issues. And they wanted to make him a treasurer, and some group of people like my dad, Kojobotu, Krobodusei, and all of them decided that he cannot be a treasurer. So they pulled him out and they all came together and they formed the Convention People's Party. When my father died and I was looking through his stuff, I saw his certificate 1949 as a member, a founding member of the CPP.
All right.
So, CPP has come thus far, but the most important thing is that we've done 73 years and we are the first political party duly formed in Ghana. And it is time for us to raise our shoulders high.
Is the CPP still relevant?
It is very relevant. That's why I'm sitting here today. If it wasn't relevant, I would not be here. A political inclusiveness, a political cohesion, political discourse is you shouldn't only be in power to be part of the political discourse. We are in a multi-party democracy. We are not in a duopoly. So as far as we are practicing a multi-party system, certainly the CPP is relevant.
So what have you done that is relevant when you've been out of power?
We have been in, of course, since
66?
1979.
Well, 79. 81. You came in a different form.
Yes, we came because the name CPP was banned. So we came in PMP with the same people who were there. All of them. My father was there, my uncle was there, Kroboduse was there, Imoru Igala was there. He was the doyen of the formation of the PMP. All the store was E.A. Mahama, the father of former President Mahama. They were all there. And there were kids around Hilary Man. Hilary Man was brought in because all the people around could not stand because they had been banned from taking certain positions, and they have also been jailed for various charges.
So that was the history. And briefly, I'll come to very soon. But now we are in the 21st century, 10th June 2022.
Yeah.
How are you dealing with the TikTok generation? Those who are on Snapchat. More than 50% of Ghana is under the age of 30. How do you make CPP relevant to all these people as you celebrate your 73rd anniversary?
We are making ourselves very relevant. You'll be surprised when we go out on outreach and our programs. The young people really know about the CPP.
Are you on TikTok?
Yes, I'm on TikTok.
Is CPP on TikTok?
I am on TikTok.
No, but what about CPP?
Oh, we are there.
We check.
We check. We are there. Do you get me? I mean, the young people, even not on TikTok, we are on social media, Facebook. But the young people, they think that it is time for the CPP to come up.
Okay.
It is not only the young, everybody. Look, I went to a program, and after I finished, I just sat down and took some water, and a certain man sat beside me. I don't want to mention, it's not everybody who, he's a businessman.
Okay.
And so he asked who I am, and I said, oh, this is it. I am the General Secretary CPP. He said, Enyimaza, Mumbrasu. Look, go to
Meaning?
It is time for you to come to power.
Okay. All right.
We'll
see.
You have to put your shoulder to the wheel and work hard.
Okay. When do you choose your presidential candidate?
Oh, we'll choose it soon.
This year?
We will go to the central. I cannot sit here and say it because the CPP is run by structures.
Yes, but there must be a timetable.
Yes, so once the timetable should be approved by the central committee.
Right.
It is only when you can come out and say, because if you do not go through the structures, you have punishment for you.
We don't want you to be punished. So happy birthday in advance. Happy 73rd. CPP as a pensioner, enjoying life after.
We are not on retirement.
You're not you're still working. A hard working.
Yes. We are not on retirement at all.
Okay. Very good to see you here.
Sure.
What's exciting you today?
Well, let me say good morning to your wonderful viewers. You know, as for your station, it's the station of stations.
Thank you very much.
And then the viewership and the coverage everywhere. So it's an opportunity to be here, and then to our president, and especially those who support women.
Yes.
I'm so touched when I see especially the men who support us. It's so nice. And then women who support their fellow women.
Wonderful.
I mean, that is always my first message wherever I go.
I saw you engaging nicely with Nanaya before we
we've met on other sister stations, and she's a wonderful woman. And being a lady, a general secretary of a party, you know, it's not easy to assume that position in our part of the world. And so we need to do more. But
can you see the NPP having a general secretary as a woman as a general secretary?
Yeah, it's very, very possible. But you can see that we are making a lot of effort, and we've also achieved some successes. As even our chief of staff of our land is a lady, which is the first time in the history of our country. And I know that our upcoming elections, the member of parliament elections, I pray that more women will put themselves up front for it. Sometimes they want the women, but some of the women are not ready to kind of come out and contest. So we'll keep encouraging them. NPP, we normally cut down the nomination forms price for them. We have we have it for the women. And it's all a form of motivation and to help the women to come out. Because as we say, the men are the financial managers of everything. The money, they say, is with the women, but it's actually with the men. So we will continue to appeal that they help us. And then I'll take this opportunity to wish CPP a happy birthday in advance. And I will urge that they use this celebration to do more, because I know that the MPP and NDC are the two biggest and strongest party at the moment.
Born on the same day. I didn't know. 28th July.
You are always fighting.
on day and month.
We need to find out what time they signed the form, so we know who is the kakra, who is the penny. We'll do that research.
You're always fighting.
You're always fighting.
You realize that the NDC, MPP, although they are the strongest party, two parties in Ghana, MPP are through with their polling station elections, constituency, regional, and then next month their national elections are taking place. NDC are also doing it, their membership cards, drive is on, and you don't hear that from CPP.
Oh, we are doing it.
And well, then there should be more publicity on it. And you see, there should be a third force that will also make the atmosphere more interesting. You see, but if it's just two, then it's either NPP or NDC. And for now, the only option is MPP for now.
I'm sure she'll say something about that.
Well, it's the MPP, the NDC.
You think you can break the 8?
Oh, the NDC is not an alternative.
Can you break the 8?
We have done it in advance.
Spiritually?
No, physically. We've done it in advance. So I would, once my big sister is the general secretary, I think we are all women, and it's good to share ideas. I think their internal elections, they should make it public. They should do enough publicity. Ghanaians must know what they are doing. And then I would encourage her that as a first female general secretary, she should set certain records to help the younger generation. So something significant should be done. And of course, they should have some seats in parliament this time.
Yes, so they can contribute to the conversations in parliament. Yes. Okay, some small advice from the 30-year-olds to the 73-year-olds.
Can you imagine?
All right, you're watching GTV. My name is Kafu Day. Today is Green Ghana Day. Still to come, we have an Nkrumah. But he's not coming here to talk about Nkrumah. He's coming to talk about entertainment, satire, broadcasting. The fantastic and multi-talented Kweku Sintim-Mensah is my guest on the show, KSM. So you can send all your questions that you want me to ask him on the show, 055-556-1034. What do you think about the chances of the CPP? Can they come back? As they are gearing up to celebrate 73 years, we want to know on the screen. You young people, you Snapchatters, you TikTokers, Instagram people, Facebook people, and the old as well, not just the young, but the young and old. What do you think about the chances of the CPP? Is it their time in 2024? Or is MPP breaking the 8? Or is NDC coming back? I want to know. 055-556-1034. Today is Green Ghana Day. And the front page of today's Finder leads with Nanado leads planting of 20 million trees today. And this is the 2022 edition of the Green Ghana Day. He will plant a tree at the Ifa Sutherland Park here in Accra, while other prominent people will also plant trees in various parts of Ghana. So let me give you some stats and we can talk. So 10 million trees are to be planted in degraded forest reserves. Another 10 million will be planted on farms, in schools and other spaces and other areas. Last year we had 7 million trees planted, so almost 50% more, or more than 50%, almost 50% more will be planted this year. According to some evaluation, 85% of the trees survived from last year. 15% not surviving due to trees being planted on rocky patches, and stray animals also took the plants to be food and ate them. So Dr. Boyomia will be planting in Tamale, and other officials and other statespeople will be doing some planting as well. Former President Kufuor will plant one at Gumwa in Siam. Former President John Dramani Mahama will plant in Accra. The Santehene and the Yana will also plant trees in Kumasi and Yendi, respectively. So it's a big day. The National Chief of MAM will also plant trees. It's a big noble gesture. I mean, planting trees. I was listening to reporting which claimed that 80% of our forest cover has gone. So we are now working on the remaining 20%. So we want to plant as many trees so that we can do afforestation and reforestation. You know, we know how important trees are. They are the lungs of the earth. You know, so we need trees to be planted. I have never planted a tree in my life. I'm even so surprised. But I'll break that record today. I'll break the one. Today.
Do you have the seedling?
I have this is here. This is not just a prop. I'll plant it. I'll plant it soon. But let's talk about Green Ghana. I mean, it goes without saying that it's important.
It is very important. It's very, very important for us to, plant trees to preserve the environment. Everything is gone. I remember when we were young, in our home, my father used to allow us to have fun in the home. There are lands around the house where we live.
So backyard gardens.
So everybody had a land to. We were 5 in the house. Everybody had a land to.
Okay, your own plot.
Yes, your own plot. Okay. There were 5 plots around the house.
Nice.
So everyone. So that's where I learned to do the mound for the yams, cocoa yam. Planted cocoa, and it was a competition.
Oh, you're a farmer?
Yes, I was a farmer then. And there were trees all over the house. That was around the time that a champion was saying that we should Operation Feed Yourself.
Okay.
And I remember we used to harvest a lot. But these days, even in our own homes, you don't have trees. You go to somebody's house, it's all tiled. There is no, trees. There are no, nothing. The air is not breathing. Everything is tight. So we need. It's a good gesture. But the point is, the maintenance of it is my problem. Do you get me?
Yes.
You plant all these trees. Go back in a year, you won't find anything.
There was a story we did earlier this year about cows just going on the rampage, eating these trees.
That's it, and nobody is checking it. Nobody is supervising it. There is not a concerted effort to preserve, because these 10 million trees that we are, the seedlings, it's money. Do you get me? It's money. They've bought it and it's being planted. But at the end of the day, it is the supervision and the tendering of it. Trees, plants are like human beings. You need to tender. If you don't tender it, it will die. So somebody should be there pruning the trees, because when you prune the trees, it gives it air to breathe for it to grow more by maybe watering it. But we plant it and it is gone. Sometimes even the ones that the presidents plant, I always thought that will be more, there will be attention on it. To be a memorial that this president planted this tree and it's still standing. I remember when I went to Kumasi at the weekend and at about, I was with somebody in the car, and the person said, "Look, your father planted these trees." Yes, because he was a member of the Environmental Protection Association. So there should be a memorial, and we should make sure that we put attention to it. Now we've made all the noise, Green Ghana. We finished planting. Sometimes we don't even know where it was planted. Maybe go to the outskirts. Maybe in Accra, you find the parks and gardens, tendering these trees. But go outside Accra. Vice President Baumia is going to Tamale. When he leaves, is there a proper parks and gardens that will look after it? The parks and gardens should be resourced. They should be well resourced, because they are very important environmental agencies, not just parks and gardens. We just put the name on it. It's possible they don't have resources. If it's possible, when you look in, nobody has looked at their funding in the budget. I'll go and look at it. It's possible they just give them pittance, but they are very important organization that has to be resourced to work.
So resources need to be provided, and monitoring also needs to be done.
Yes.
Let me bring in Vera. So earlier on this year, in March, we woke up to the news that 2,000 cattle had consumed Green Ghana trees in Bono region. And this was according to the Forestry Commission, so it wasn't anybody cooking up a story. It says about 2,000 cattle have been counted in 4 reserves in the Bono region, including Tain 1, Tain 2, Soso, Nsebre, and Yaya, expanding 3 districts, covering 3 districts, Brekum, Wenchi, and Sunyani West, referred to as the Sunyani Forest District. And so these cows just ate these trees.
They were hungry.
No chance to grow. They killed them young. How do we prevent this from happening?
That story is very unfortunate, and I will place it at the doorstep of the city authorities in that locality. And I think that should never reoccur in any part of our country. And I will suggest that should anything of that nature reoccur, the officers who are to supervise the growth of these plants should be held responsible. And I will quickly use the opportunity to also commend the land minister for this good initiative. I think over the years it has been tried over and over, and this time round I think it's caught up very well. And you can see that it's been made a national activity. Everyone is getting involved. The party in power, leadership of the opposition, NDC, and all the other parties, all individuals are getting involved. And I think it's a laudable thing to do. Most people forget that our very existence depends on these plants. And oxygen generation is not an automatic thing. It's coming from these plants. And we are just degrading everything. For many, many years, we use these plants for charcoal, galamsey, that's illegal mining. It's also going on. We are using some for our buildings, our furniture, so many things. And yet, we are not replacing them. So, at the end of the day, what will happen is that we will start having health issues due to inadequate oxygen in the atmosphere. So I think that it is good, and we must all put our hands together as we are doing today. And it shouldn't be just a one-day activity, as you say. And I'll also help viewers to identify some places they can easily access these free seedlings today. I think that viewers out there and all Ghanaians can go to all metropolitan assemblies and pick up free seedlings. They can also go to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources premises. They can go to all municipal and district assemblies across the country. Everywhere. It's not an Accra thing. It's Ghana thing. Head office and branches of all the Forestry Commission in Accra. They can also go to Trade Fair, National Theatre, all selected community centers across the country, and then some selected chief palaces as well. So everywhere from,
and it's free.
Nobody
should.
It's free.
You shouldn't give money.
Not
to
at all.
Yeah, for free.
So it's free. When you are going to pick it and anyone demands for money, don't give it to them. It's free. The government has paid for it. So from Accra to Zuarungu, every part, they are planting trees.
It would be interesting to ask them, I mean, if there's a little training or advice on where to plant the tree. For example, if you go and plant a tree which is so close to a road, you haven't done a good job.
A rocky area.
I think they've done. They've done that as well.
Okay.
They are to plant them in homes. They are to plant them around farmlands. They are to plant them in degraded forest areas. So they have demarcated places to plant them. So personally, I would take an advantage of it and plant enough in my house.
Okay.
Because ideally, I would have gone to buy them.
But if you can plant
free.
in your home, it's free.
It's free. So I will plant as many as I can.
Alrighty. That's Vera and Nanaya. Well, you will be planting.
Yes, but the point is that you see, Vera has given a lot of information about where to get seedlings, but it's not out there. The communication is not out there. Some miscreants can even start selling it. If you are not careful, some people who are florists can manage to get some inputs in their stock and sell. So this information should have gone out widely.
Maybe we should be planting every day and not just one day. But of course, we use this day to create awareness, and then hopefully do it every day. Are you planting a tree today? Let us know. 055-556-1034. This is mine. Where is yours? Okay, let us know. Let's go to now. The Ghanaian Times. This is a pretty sad story, and it featured in our news bulletin, which was read by Maltiti Saida Sadiq. So, Ghanaian Times, businessman shot dead, set ablaze with car at Pusiga. I can't even believe this. DCE condemns crime, calls for probe. This is on page 3. So, a driver and businessman from Boku was on Wednesday shot and killed at Nakom Corner in the Pusiga district of the Upper East region by unknown assailants at 11 a.m. Businessman identified as Cantona was set ablaze together with the car he was traveling in, according to an eyewitness account. It is established that the attack has a link with the lingering Mamprisi-Kisasi conflict in Boku. So this latest attack, outside Boku, a center of prolonged chieftaincy and tribal dispute, confirmed reports by the media that the conflict was gradually threatening to spill over into neighboring districts, including Pusiga, Garu, Binduri, and Boku West districts. This is so crazy. I can't even believe this. And so this is the car of this gentleman that was set ablaze. And so the story narrated the Ghanaian Times. A woman, name withheld, who was on board the vehicle, said the attackers pursued them on 2 motorbikes when they were making a return journey from Sinkase in Togo. According to her, she saw the assailants wielding weapons. She told the driver, now deceased, to drive the vehicle to the nearby police barrier. But he refused and said, let's continue. Oh, the woman was giving him good advice. Yes, you are being pursued, just drive to the nearest barrier.
And there are barriers on
and seek protection. And they were holding guns, a pistol, a long gun. And after negotiating the street corner, the Nakom corner stretch of the road, they stopped them. And the one with the pistol said the driver was finished. They shot into his hand, ordered him to park the car, and the driver obliged. And so the man has sustained multiple gunshots. It's just a horrible story, and our personal security is paramount. And I feel so sad about this. I mean, this is just crazy, and it just shows you that you've got to be really careful, and you've got to. I don't know, Vera. What do you think?
I think you just said, you took the words out of me. I even wrote it here. Well, our biggest challenge in Ghana is our personal security. To be honest with you, a lot of Ghanaians don't really pay attention to anything. I was saying it on another station that people even board commercial vehicles such as taxis and Uber, and they don't even look at the car of the vehicle, not the car number, nothing. People go to places, they don't tell anyone where they are going to. People go to their friends, their lovers, and they tell their relatives, about a different story altogether. You see, this is something that the developed countries do, and it helps them in their investigations. Because you are going to someone at a particular time, at a particular location, you don't disclose it to any human. You keep it as a secret. When you get there and something happens to you, they dispose you like rubbish. This is what is happening. People go into business transactions, deals, dangerous deals, and yet they just walk like nothing is amiss. We live in a very dangerous world. We live in a wicked world. That is what it is. And so we must, as individuals, you don't have to push your personal security into the hands of the state. Yes, it's important. But take control. Take control. Your life is yours first, and you should protect it. So I think that going forward, some of your platforms will be used to educate the public on personal security. Indeed. I mean, in some countries,
we do it weekly. Yes, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes,
in some countries, when you see someone lingering in front of your property for a while, you just don't ignore it. You call or you take some measures. But here, it's normal.
I guess confuse it into the see something, say something.
Yes.
That is on
Yes.
right now. See something, you say
yes,
something.
we need to. Yeah. We need to be alert. We need to stay alert.
Need to be alert. Stay alert. If you see something, you say something. No, this is so sad. But Vera has spoken about personal security.
This is unfortunate. I mean, but what is the background story to it? Is the man involved in any of these Boko issues?
I'm pretty sure that
he.
I'm sure that the police are underway.
Because it is a bit incongruous and very vague. Yeah. That
why burn the car?
Why burn the car? Why kill the man? And what happened to the woman? Was she also killed?
Oh, no. She narrated the story.
So she was alive. So the target was the man. Yeah. And possibly. You see, in these situations, you find some wicked and dangerous people taking advantage to do their own thing. Okay. It is possible that it's not even linked to the conflict. Yeah. So you find somebody who has a beef with somebody, want to settle a score, want some form of vengeance.
And you are caught up. I just wish the man had listened to the lady's advice.
Yes, and this is the men. That is how you behave.
Not all of us.
When we talk to you, you say we talk too much.
Sometimes the way you say.
No, but we have intuition.
Men don't like to be told what to do.
Well,
if you handle it in the way.
No, but God said that this one is your helpmeet. Yes. So whoever a woman, whether your wife, your girlfriend, your sister, or friend.
Women are too aggressive to women.
It does not matter.
Yeah, and it affects our ego.
No, there's no ego business.
It's about your life.
When it comes to your life, it's no ego. Because no, but you see, somebody is chasing you.
Yeah.
You could
see, go to the police barrier.
And there are a lot of police barriers on the way. So if you are going to Boko, certainly you can drive fast and park at a police barrier. Wait till the coast is clear.
But some also will say that, Charlie, if it is your time, it is your time.
Some deaths are your own doing.
Oh, Charlie.
Because this one, you see, God takes life. He didn't take his life because he made the woman tell him that drive. So it's stubbornness.
Oh. May he rest in peace.
Yes, but it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
it's sad.
Let's hope the police get to the bottom of it.
They should get to the bottom of it.
We'll go on the phone lines right now and speak with our colleague in the northern region to give us an update on security issues. Mutala, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Kafin.
How are you doing? Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Doing very well.
Tell us, give us the latest that you have so far.
So Tamale has become quite dangerous, especially at night, for persons, especially who use Toyota Hilux. From January to May this year, there have been at least some 15 car snatchings, most of them involving Toyota Hilux pickups. Now, the modus operandi of these guys who are yet to be identified is that they trail you from town center. All all the way to just when you are about entering your house, they pounce on you with a shotgun, and then they ask you to surrender your keys.
Wow.
Apart from the car snatchings, the police say there's an increase in break-ins, and then we have also started recording some inexplicable armed robberies. In fact, in the last 1 week, 2 mobile vendors have been attacked, 3 people have been killed as a result, more than 5 persons injured, and so that is the situation we have in Tamale. Now, following the armed robbery incident around Kalariga 3 days ago, last night, there was a complaint that the metropolis has become very dark, and there are no police patrols across the metropolis and the Sanarugu municipality. Last night, I decided to go around the city, and it just confirms the complaints coming from residents. I drove from the Lamashebu roundabout all the way to Viting Junction, and that's about 6 kilometers. There were only 2 street lights along that stretch, and this is a backside of the city, very quiet after 6 p.m., and we only saw police personnel deployed at the very spot where the armed robbery took place 3 days ago.
Right.
But for the remainder of the stretch, there was no single security person, and the street lights, there were only 2. One of them was just blinking, the other was full on full light.
Did you encounter any police patrols during your round of the night?
Not at all along that stretch. There was no police patrol. But when I got to the spot of the armed robbery, I could count not less than 6. I counted not less than 6 police personnel, all standing in the dark, just in front of Dabopa Senior High Technical School. Now, when you connect with the main road towards the teaching hospital, you find some light. But then as you veer up towards the residency, that is the Regional Coordinating Council, where the minister and all the dignitaries, the route that they use, that road also connects the regional police headquarters. That stretch remains very, very dark.
Their route is dark. Their route is dark. Where they go, they use it's a dark route.
Unfortunately, that is the situation.
So it must be quite uncomfortable and quite scary moving about in the evening. But you just said earlier that Toyota Hiluxes are being attacked. Can you hazard a reason why people are targeting Toyota Hiluxes?
Now, there are sources within the security services who are the triumvirate of a syndicate operating Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso. And this syndicate is connected to the violent extremists that are operating in the Sahel. Now, their preferred vehicles are the Toyota
Hilux.
Which they find to be very robust and comfortable on the desert.
It's a kind of a pickup, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So when they steal these vehicles from our side of the border, they head towards either Togo or Burkina Faso, where they hand over to their colleagues on this side of the border. It is driven into these territories and sold out. Now, in addition to these Hilux pickups, is that we are losing motorbikes in droves across the metropolis. People are reporting of stolen motorbike snatchings across the metropolis on a daily basis. And it appears that the security services are just in the dark. They are not sure of how to approach this whole thing. There was a crime security meeting just a few days ago following the armed robbery at Kalariga. But the reports we are getting from that indicates that they are just going to deploy men on the street. But also, there are concerns that we don't have enough police personnel in the region to carry out this. Their pickups have also worn out, and so having an effective patrol team across the metropolis is also your call has been put.
Okay, so Mutala, you just give me a pause right now. Don't go anywhere, and I'll speak with Vera and Nanaya to just get some comment on what's happening. So it's a state of insecurity apparently in the Tamale northern region, with these pickups being targeted for people, and according to what Mutala is saying, it's a car thing that, and then they send them over the border for these.
Because it's rugged, they can go up.
Terrorists, yes, exactly. And I can imagine that. I've seen pictures of similar vehicles in Somalia and other places where they mount guns on them so that you can stand at the back, mount your machine guns, and then do whatever you want to do. So that's something that he's talking about. He's talking about the disappearance of motorbikes.
It's covered. So how do they stand?
It's a pickup.
It's a pickup.
It's a pickup.
It's a pickup.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a pickup.
And then you have motorbikes also being stolen. Just this Boku story. There was a motorbikes involved that flagged this person down and killed him. So there's a state of insecurity there, and coupled with just the environment being dark, police not having enough of a presence and even enough resources. Do you think we need to empower the communities more too? Because they have to be the ears and eyes of the police. The police can't be everywhere, but the community is.
They can be the eyes and ears, but they don't have guns.
But they have information.
But by the time they get you, if they won't stop. But you see, by the time the people get a victim, what use with the information?
What I was saying is that if they see any suspicious movements, because these things, there's something happening, and then you can also report.
Ghanaians find it very difficult. We need to encourage them to speak, because people are scared that if I go and speak, nothing is done, the people find out, then me and my family will be in trouble. And truly what he's saying is true. The roads are dark,
very dark. Yeah.
When you are traveling Tamale,
I know that. I went to Tamale, it's quite dark.
It's dark everywhere. Early. When you are going to even Upper East, it is very dark. And I think that something has to be done about it.
Why don't we use this sun and put some solar
the solar street lights.
Yes,
and now ECG wants to, when the last time they did their tariff thing, they want the tariff, the levy, which goes to the municipal assembly to come to ECG, so they can manage that. Because now that money goes there and they don't use it for anything. So the point is that we need to be very careful. And you see, we are talking about Tamale. By the time you realize that escalated everywhere. And I believe that the government should deploy the army. We are not at war. So the army they are maybe on peace mission. I think they should deploy the army. There is some fear of that uniform. When people see the army around, they are scared. And I think that the army should be deployed everywhere.
I will get Mutala's thoughts on that in a short while. But Vera, just from hearing from what Mutala has spoken to us about what's happening in Tamale, what are your thoughts? What are some suggestions you could offer?
I think that the terrorist threats the national security gave our country is true.
It's real.
This confirms to me that is true, because they are just at the corner. They are operating in neighboring countries. We know what happened in Nigeria and the other Togo and all that. And it's just a walking distance, actually. And for them to target pickups and motorbikes, which is their main source of transportation, and which tells, because last week some group of people were downplaying the security alerts. They were actually downplaying, which is very dangerous for our country. So I think that the security people should be up and doing. They should.
You also believe that army should join?
See something, say something campaign should be heightened.
You want to see more army presence?
Well, for now, I won't say yes. I think that for now, more of intelligence gathering. Mounting of more barriers by our police service.
More resources for the police.
More resources, especially with communication tools and then vehicles. And I think protective accoutrements. That's how I'll put it. I think for now, the three, they should concentrate more on three. Not yet time to bring in the army. It will be too premature. And I think that every single, you see, this thing is a collective thing. We can't just leave it to only our security agencies. We can't. They will fail. So we must all put our hands together. We must report it. We must pick up. If you don't want to be seen, they have their toll-free line 999, which I learned some people are playing pranks with. We should desist from that. And Ghanaians should call. You are not going to be charged. It's free. Just like the seedlings. It's free.
It's free like the seedlings. I like that. Fusing security with main issues. Thank you so much for your comments. Let me go back to Mutala and pose some of the concerns you've made to him. Mutala, what are the people saying? Because in the end, that's what we are really interested about. What are the people of Tamale saying about the apparent rising state of insecurity that we want to see done?
There is anger in the air, Kapui. As I speak to you, somebody has lost their life as a result of this anger. Following the armed robbery incident 3 days ago, some herdsmen who were passing by on their motorbike were suddenly pounced on by a mob, and one of them was lynched. The other one was lucky, and the police came in quickly to rescue him. Now, this is the result of anger from the people who think that the security are not doing enough for them. In addition to this, the situation is affecting businesses. Last night, I interviewed this woman along the Kanaraka stretch of the Tamale metropolis, and she said she has a hairdressing salon, and she usually closes at 10 because workers, when they close at 5 p.m., they come to her to get their hair plaited or done. But because of what is happening in the metropolis, she goes down by 6:30 these days, and so it's affecting her business. When we asked her further, she pointed out that there were stores in that area that used to close around 10, 11. All of them have closed down before that period, and so it's affecting business. They are appealing to the metropolis, the Metro Security Command, the Regional Security Command, to support with boosting security across the metropolis. It is not just within Tamale, but it's a problem across the northern region. And indeed, there are people out there who believe that this threat of terrorism is a lie. There are things I cannot put on air here, but I can tell you that we should not sleep. I've been in touch with the Ivorian Minister for National Security. I've been communicating with some of our counterparts in the Republic of Togo and Burkina Faso, and what is going on in these countries are quite scary. And these guys are getting sophisticated every day. Worst of all, Kapui, is the fact that there are too many automatic rifles flying all over the place. In Tamale, in Volga, in Boku, all over the place. So many people. I was in the northern part of the Ivory Coast not too long ago, and you find the former rebels who have been incorporated into the Ivorian army. Still, even though they are in the Ivorian army, most of them are hungry. That is the intel I gathered from them. And they are willing to sell an AK-47 at any price. And from Ivory Coast into the Savannah region, there are more than 100 unapproved routes. You can pick an AK-47 and you find your way across the river. You are in Tamale. And you can easily beat the security. How many are there to be able to deploy them across all these unapproved routes? So we need to do something. I don't know if the police will have to organize schools across people's rooms and other places just to find out if they could retrieve some of these automatic weapons.
Mutala, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, well, you've painted quite a worrying picture, and we can only hope that the security are on top of issues. You see an increased presence of security people, and that will give you some confidence that things are being taken care of?
No, not really. In the last 3 days, like I mentioned, even after that robbery incident, yesterday as I went around the metropolis, apart from the robbery spot around Dabopa, I didn't see any security personnel around. And I think that is quite worrying. I heard someone mention the bringing in the military. It used to be in the past that under Operation Calm Life, the military were operating together with the police, but suddenly they were withdrawn. And I'm not too sure why the withdrawal has taken place. But I believe that if we have to introduce them, let's do that. Because it is true that people tend to fear more the military uniform than the police. I can also understand concerns that it is too early. But I think we cannot wait until we are hit hard before we bring in these people. Let's bring them on the street and get people to be conscientized, sensitize our communities to this development. And hopefully we may win this war.
Mutola, thank you, Mpaya. Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure speaking to you.
And thank you very much.
Our man in the Tamale giving us a picture of the security situation there. What do you have to say concerning what we've been talking about so far? CVP celebrating 73 years old, 33 years in 2 days' time. NPP breaking the 8. Green Ghana today. I'm planting my tree soon. There it is. Go plant your own. And then the security issues with the Boku killing of that chap in Boku and his car burnt. And then the general state of insecurity in Tamale with the dark streets, no street lights, reduced police presence, people targeting Toyota Hiluxes. I can imagine if you own a Hilux right now, you just want to park it and drive your little Vitz or something like that, which is nondescript and away from the attention of these criminals, which is what they are, criminals. And what about the issues of the motorbikes? So those of you who own motorbikes, so you're wondering, Charlie, so are people going to come after my motorbike as well? Because this is what is happening in the system right now. I'm going to be taking your messages on 055-556-1034. And then when we come back, we'll be looking at issues. Hiding something here. I found it. 1,000 Nigerian illegal immigrants repatriated after Ghana Niger authorities agreement. We've got other headlines I want to share with you. Daily Graphic, relief for students, no guarantor loan policy launched. International Day Against Child Labor, study reveals widespread use of child laborers on the Volta Lake. And then Jinapur courts MPs for Green Ghana Day. Ghanaian Times leading with the number of Nigerians that are leaving the country, repatriated. Businessman shot and set ablaze with a car at Pusiga. We read about that. We have a Manfo Assemblyman laments challenges in the district. We'll find out what that all is about. And then government told to increase women participation in small-scale mining decision-making. These are the kind of headlines we have for you. I'm going to go to the board right now and get your messages on 055-556-1034. Remember, KSM is my guest on this show today, and he will be talking about a whole range of issues that will be quite interesting to you and me. Okay. So messages, 055-556-1034. You're responsible for your messages. I'm just a mouthpiece. Good morning, CAF and the Honorable. Somebody is showing me what they're doing. CAF and the Honorable ladies. I've started planting myself to help Mother Ghana. Thank you very much. We like that kind of pictorial evidence. So if you have pictures of you planting, please send to me. Alaji Haruna, some of our security services are made up of unprofessional persons recruited. Some are even criminals. We have to be careful from Alaji Haruna in Ashaiman. Abdul Razak, insecurity situation is so disgusting and worrisome to say the least, and the regional minister and the mayor must take cogent measures to nip it in the bud before things go out of hand. The lives of the people matter. From Abdul Razak in Tamale. Jonathan Adi, good morning, Cafe. Planting trees is good, but these Fulani cows, the cows are not Fulani cows. The cows don't have any nationality. The owners may be Fulani and other people, but the cows are just cows. They go about destroying them. Yes, we do have a problem with grazing. Animals grazing left, right, center, you know. I always have that example of what happened in Singapore when Lee Kuan Yew gave the cattle owners 6 months to put their cattle in order, put them on ranches. After 6 months, he ordered his guys to go around and slaughter the beasts, after which they donated the meat to orphanages and children's homes. That may work in Ghana. Good morning, Breakfast Show. I think the military should be deployed at the northern region now, and the security of our borders must be tightened. Silas Ampiao Odum in Mankesim. Insecurity. The bad guys would like the government to ban any form of industrial action on demonstrations that will create room for massing up. That's a thought there. This time, let's put sensors on the plants. So if the cows are coming to eat, we'll see them. Yeah, this is a high-tech solution. Put some sensors, but how many sensors, Charlie? How many plants? We're going to plant 10 million trees, 10 million sensors. No. That will be quite interesting. Master Planner says, good morning, GTV. We all have to get involved in the If You See Something, Say Something campaign. Our neighborhood is on fire, so let us be on high alert. Thank you very much. Nelson Opari Obese. Good morning. Trees are one of the most beautiful things of the nation. We need to plant more, especially lawns and turfs, so that we can get good air for breathing. Thanks again, Opari from Asaman Kese. By the way, I love the program. We need to place security cameras on all our electric poles in Ghana. That one, I agree. Our street lights and things need to have electric cameras on them, security cameras. GTV breakfast. CAF, no two ways is a comeback for James, says somebody who is thinking about. As we plant trees, my small advice is that we plant trees that bear fruits and food to help in the future food shortages. I'll plant mango today, says Kobe in Takrady. GTV breakfast. Your messages are coming in. CAF, you say, I'm enjoying the show. So am I. Keep the fire burning. Also an Achimotan in Fraser House. Well, I also went to Achimota School and I was also in Fraser House. So thank you. Ut omnes unum sint. It's not a chanting or anything. It's that all may be one. Ut omnes unum sint. Okay, thank you. We should allow the security to operate in Tamale and around. We should stop fighting them for doing their work as usual in Tamale. CAF, then let's put UUS, put security guards by the trees. 20 million of them. Don Babs, God save our motherland, Ghana. The insecurity in the country is too alarming. Too much robbery in the country. Let's provide security with all the necessary things needed to combat the crimes happening. But we end up using money for things that are not needed for the country. Let us solve the emergency stuff first. I'll just take just two more from the earlier when we started. CPP, please do everything possible to come to power because the country is going to the ditch. Please tell the CPP General Secretary that I need her number. Hey, you need, Wow. Agbetonyo, life in your own good. GTV Breakfast. Kav, please, I want to know how urgent it is to plant trees now compared to the Sea Defense Project as far as climate change is concerned. I think they should have done the Sea Defense Project first. Agbetonyo from Volta region. Thinking. Okay, so we're going to be jumping over to the Efwa Sutherland Park in a bit because the president is arriving there to plant a tree. We're going to go to Alan right now, who will be giving us a flavor of the Efwa Sutherland Park. Today is Green Ghana Day. And the president is there to plant a tree to kick off the celebration of planting, afforestation, reforestation, all of that, just to make sure that the country is greener and will help the environment. So pretty soon, we will be going to Alan at the Efwa Sutherland Park right here in Ghana and all around the country. Here we go with Alan right now. Okay, so Daryl Alantego is our colleague out and about, and he's now out at the Efwa Sutherland Park.
Let us pray. Holy and gracious Father, we thank you.
Hello, Alan, can you hear me?
We adore you because you are God. And besides,
so I'm sure when the prayer is over, Alan will speak. But
you can hear me.
At this park where the president will be planting a tree. So we're live. We'll be going there.
Hi, good morning and welcome to the Efwa Sutherland Park, where this morning the president is leading the nation in greening Ghana. This is a deliberate and a conscious effort to restore our depleted forest through human activities and other activities such as galamsey and the rest, which has affected our environment and our forest reserve so much. This morning, in front of this campaign is the presidency itself, and so Greening Ghana says let's go planting, and we're looking at planting 20 million trees. Thanks to our men at the forestry department, we have 20 million seedlings ready to be planted throughout the nation. And so at the Efwa Sutherland Children's Park this morning, the president will be planting a tree right next to where. And so if my camera will pan to my right, you will have current efforts underway to ensure that the president's seedling is very ready to be hit in the ground and maintained until such a time when this acorn will become an oak tree here at the Efwa Sutherland Children's Park. In attendance this morning at this very gathering, to start with, is the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Sector Minister, Honorable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo, and other dignitaries such as the Regional Minister. I've seen Honorable Henry Quartey, the Regional Minister, in attendance. Also in attendance is Honorable
Good morning, Ghana, and welcome to the
Dan Botre, the Minister for Regional Integration, as well as other dignitaries. I've also seen the Chairman of the Church of Pentecost, Reverend Eric Nyamiche, also in attendance. And in a very short few minutes, the president will be coming towards where I am after the opening address. As you can hear in the background, the president will be moving towards me, exactly where I am, and here he will then dip his seedling into the ground.
Would you please make welcome the President of our Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
And so, as the president has taken his seat,
Natural Resources, the Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo.
And so, Kafui, so far, I'm going to hand back to you in the studio as we wait for the president to join us. But before that, I have with me a member of the planning committee of the Green Ghana campaign, Mr. Afel Money, who also doubles as the chairman of the Ghana Journalists Association. He's joined me out here, and I'm going to pick his brains slightly to find out why this seemed to be a very deliberate and a conscious effort at planting trees in Ghana at this time. Good morning, Chair, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. And
first of all, one very quick key question that's on my mind this morning. Why does it seem as though this is a very conscious, deliberate effort at planting trees?
We seem to be teetering towards a brink of extinction, because if you look at the rates of losing our forests, the rates of deforestation, the rate of environmental plunder, the rate of environmental bankruptcy, there's a need more than ever before to arrest the situation through a practical method like Green Ghana. So we have come this morning and led by His Excellency to set the ball rolling by planting a tree. And as far as the media are concerned, we have a crucial role to play to ensure the success and sustainability of this program. Ours is not only to reap publicity windfall, ours is to mobilize the Ghanaian populace, and ours is to instill a sense of ownership in them, because this is not a project which belongs to the ministry. This is not a project which belongs to the planning committee alone. This is a program which is national in scope. So we expect all Ghanaians to take ownership and identify themselves demonstrably with this exercise, so that we will not only green Ghana, we also secure the future for the present and future generations.
Press, there are some who argue that this whole effort or exercise is one in futility, in that the activities that help plunder our forest or deplete our forest are still ongoing. One key example is Galamsey. We haven't done much to nip it in the bud, and so this very exercise is a wasted one. What will you say to that?
This reinforces, your question reinforces the need for the media to expose the perpetrators of environmental plunder, and also instill in us the sense of sustainability of this project. After this, we need to monitor how the trees planted are being nurtured, how they are growing, and what needs to be done to ensure that this is not effort like other national programs. So the media's role is so critical, indispensable, and we will urge other media members of the media community, wherever you are, to identify yourself with this program and ensure that this exercise succeeds maximally.
All right, thank you so very much for joining us. We're really very grateful for this contribution. We would let you go now so you can join your other team members, and we continue. We'll come back to you if there's a need for that very shortly. Thank you so very much. So that was GJA President Afel Money, who's just shared his thoughts on our efforts to planting more trees. Kafui, I'm going to hand back to you and rejoin when the President mounts the podium and also heads to plant the very first tree for this year's Let's Go Planting Green Ghana Day.
Thank you very much, Daryl Alantego, who is live at the Ifwa Sutherland Park, where the President will be planting a tree to kick off Green Ghana Day. He mentioned the activities that take away from the trees, and Galamsey is one of them. So it's not just the rivers, because I was in the Western region last month. I just wept.
Yeah.
You know, I was there. It was April actually. April 28th. Was it 24th that Kwame Nkrumah was? Or 24th.
24th.
Yeah. So I was there on the day of his.
Was it 25th?
Yes. 25th April.
Yes.
So I was there.
Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown.
Yes.
February 24th.
No. He's dead.
He's
25th,
dead. Yes.
25th April. Yes. So
27th April.
27th April. So I was there, and the rivers that I encountered were just all polluted. But then we also don't have to forget that the trees that people also cut down looking for gold is affecting our
a lot of our activities are affecting the environment.
Yes, indeed. And so hopefully Green Ghana will monitor it and make sure that the trees survive beyond the 85%, we keep those cows in check so that they don't eat our trees up. You know, and if you're planting trees, I want you to plant more trees and let people plant trees. I think I want to go back to the board and get a couple of messages, and then hopefully we can get back to Daryl when the president speaks. 055-556-1034. Remember, still to come, we have Robert Mensah, who is a gospel musician, as well as KSM, who will be in the show with me in a couple of minutes. But I'll take your messages right now on 055-556-1034. Let's see what you've been talking about. Green Ghana, security issues, and the like. Okay, let's see. More messages are coming in. Richmond says what? Good morning. Great to have you with our team every morning. My concern is about the impunity and lack of maintenance culture where so much state money is thrown into gutters without any strict monitoring. The so-called Green Ghana to avoid loss of state funds. Good morning. I always celebrate our first president because his developmental agenda was so significant. Today, most of all of our factories have been collapsed. Look at the state of the motorway, for instance. The problem I see with CPP today is selfishness. If you lose position as flag bearer, you form your party. My name is Hope Atu Obimpe at Ashalebotre. The motorway, we were made to understand, had a shelf life of some couple of years that expired maybe 2014 thereabouts, and it's taking authorities a long time to now work on it, and they started the refurbishment of the motorway, so we hope that continues well. Trisha, good morning to your Friday panel. Okay, I like that. Especially to my lighthouse sister Vera. So this is from Trisha. The CPP members should swivel their head in embarrassment because their founding member Kwame Nkrumah's monument and surrounding is in shambles. I'm grieved because they expect the incumbent to fix it. They wouldn't because their interests are in scoring political points. I apologize for being negative, but CPP will not come back anytime soon because they are showing no devotion to Osajifo Kwame Nkrumah. This one, I'm sure Nanaya will have something to say about it when I get back to her. Good morning. Do you know that ECG have been cutting down trees instead of pruning so that it doesn't interfere with their wires? They should be cautioned. First warning, ECG. I come with last warning. Okay, more messages. I'm enjoying this. Green Ghana today. What arrangement have you made for watering and nurturing tree planting? It's important. I need an answer. Yes, water. Please do a story on Iburi, Kitasi, Ajimenti, Burikusu deforestation and massive tree cutting resulting in critical climate change, rockfalls, erosion, and flooding to Accra metropolitan areas. Iburi is being destroyed. Many destroyed forest areas in Ayimensa with huge walls around the house and plots causing erosion and rockfalls. The Kwaping Municipal Assembly, Forestry Department, and the Ministry of Interior have to enforce the laws and eradicate bribes and corruption granting building permits, which must not be granted. So those are our messages right now on 055-556-1034. So those are my messages. Last one on insecurity up north. It's really getting scary. I agree our security personnel should be positioned well at vantage points and also to illuminate the areas that need illumination. Now to Green Ghana, a lot of efforts and resources are being put in place for successful planting of seedlings. A head teacher in Burma camp is cutting down good trees that provide shade for the school kids. Thank you so much for the messages. I'll continue with more of our stories. And as we wait for Alan to link us up to the president, who will be making his speech on today's Green Ghana event. You're watching GTV Breakfast. A couple of stories before we jump out of the headlines this morning. Yes, COVID is a big deal.
Yes.
COVID is a big deal because we are made to understand that the disease is making a resurgence.
400 new cases.
400 new cases. Wow. And we were just thinking that the masks were being retired. But it looks like we have to start wearing our masks again in public and observing those protocols. And I understand with monkeypox as well, it also has a mask element. You have to do. Okay, but I think we will deal with that in a show. I want to wrap up right now here and just go straight back to Efua Sutherland because I believe the president will be speaking pretty soon on the Green Ghana Day that is being marked today, the 10th of June, 2022. Tree planting activities all around the nation. And the focal point right now is where the president will be at Efua Sutherland Park, where he will be planting a tree to symbolically mark the beginning of what will be 20 million trees to be planted today. So we can probably go back to Efua Sutherland in a short while. If you a sense of the confirmed cases: 161,841 cases of COVID. New cases 46, active cases 396. We've got deaths 1,445, and then we've also got the recoveries and discharges 160,000. The gender distribution 57% male, 42% female, and that's what we have right now. And we're going to go back. We're wrapping up on that, and then we'll take you back to the first Sutherland Park. So that's the COVID situation. Please wear your masks when you're out and about. Don't take chances. Your personal security is most paramount. You're watching GTV Breakfast. Back to A4 Sutherland Park for the Green Ghana event.
For 2 years running, the Macdan Youth Connect Summit has brought together policy influencers to engage, design, and accelerate youth empowerment efforts at the
Watching GTV Breakfast, we will be going live to the A4 Sutherland Park for the President's address and then his planting of the trees to mark the beginning of 20 million trees to be planted all around the country. So that's something you want to look forward to on GTV Breakfast. Do not go anywhere. You stay with us. Of course, coming up also is KSM and Robert Mensah right here on the show. Don't go anywhere.
The Forestry Commission, led by its dependable Chief Executive Officer, Mr. John Alote, the Ghana Armed Forces, Zoom Lion Company Limited, and all those who helped us to reach this far. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2018, we have planted 123.2 hectares of the Achimota forest, which is largely degraded through the Youth in Afforestation program to ensure that we bring the forest to the status of its name. On the Green Ghana Day last year, the diplomatic community planted a number of trees there. And today, after witnessing Mr. President's planting, I'll be joining the British High Commission and other citizens of the United Kingdom to plant in the forest in commemoration of the Platinum Jubilee of the Ascension of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. We intend to transform the Achimota forest to the likes of Hyde Park in London and Central Park in New York so that Ghanaians can have a true forest enclave in their capital city. Mr. President, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the many years of inaction has made the urgency of tree planting more important now than ever. The success of this year's exercise is very crucial to sustainability of our planet and the future we bequeath to future generations. Let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen, by referring to the profound words of our outstanding president at the 26th session of the Conference of Parties, COP26, of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, held in Glasgow in November 2021, when he said, and I quote, "There is an urgent need to restore our forest resources as much as possible to their original state. We do not have tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to do this. And that is why we are acting now." End quote. Let us therefore join hands together and build a greener future. Green Ghana, let's go planting. I thank you for your attention.
gentlemen, a round of applause for Ghana's Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Samuel Abujinapo. Thank you ever so much for that warm note of welcome and for articulating the importance of this year's exercise. We'll receive with joy the presence of Ghana's Minister for Information, the Honorable Joe. Please welcome him warmly. The chair of the Green Ghana Project and the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources joins us, the Honorable Benito Owusu-Bio MP. Please, a round of applause. But our joy is made complete by the presence of the Gamman Chair, His Royal Majesty Nite Takitru II. Please welcome him warmly with a round of applause. Ni, we welcome you ever so warmly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the gift of this morning's occasion, the President of our Republic, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo.
The Anglican Bishop of Accra, the Chairman of the Church of Pentecost, Greater Accra Regional Minister and Member of Parliament for Ayawaso Central, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament for Damango, the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization, Rural Development and Member of Parliament for Okre, Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, the Minister for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, and Member of Parliament for Sefiuoso, Minister for Information and Member of Parliament for Fuasi Ayeribi, the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Chairman of the Green Ghana Project, the Chief Executive Officer of the Forestry Commission, members of the Diplomatic Corps, NIGA, Nime, Name, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. A year ago, Ghanaians from all walks of life came together to plant trees across the country, marking the maiden edition of Green Ghana Day. We set for ourselves a target of planting some 5 million trees. In fact, in the end, we planted some 7 million trees, 80% of which have survived and are doing very well. I want to use this opportunity once again to thank you all, my fellow Ghanaians, and everyone who contributed to the success of that program. Happily, Green Ghana Day has no political party affiliate coloration, as we all agree that we must leave generations unborn, no matter their political affiliation, with a greener, sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, this year our target is to plant at least 20 million trees. Even though 20 million may sound like a lot, it is nowhere near what we have lost over the years. Trees, and indeed forests, are necessary for our own survival and that of our planet. They furnish us with water, food, and oxygen, and they mitigate climate change to provide us with a livable climate. They prevent erosion, protect our water bodies from siltation and drying up, serve as sources of medicine, make available habitats for wildlife and microorganisms, constitute windbreaks, regulate atmospheric temperature and climate change, give us clean air for good health, and offer sources of livelihoods for many of our people. Globally, some 1.6 billion people depend on forests for their livelihoods. And in Ghana, some 85% of the population rely on forest resources for subsistence, to satisfy their socio-cultural needs. Despite their importance to our existence, our forests are depleting at an alarming rate. Some 80 years ago, half of the Earth's surface was covered by forests. Today, with an estimated forest area of 4 billion hectares, forests cover less than 30% of the world's surface. In the last 3 decades alone, the world has lost 1,037,846,602 acres of forest, more than 10% of the current total forest area. More troubling is the current data which shows that globally, we're losing 150 acres of rainforest every single minute, 200,000 acres a day, and 79 million acres a year. And this is just rainforest. Here in Ghana, we lost some 100,000 acres of natural forest in the last decade alone. Our timber industry, which generated jobs for thousands of people, is suffering. The odum, wawa, mahogany, sapele, and several other wood species of the timber industry are also depleting at an alarming rate. Apart from their economic value, forests are home to most of the Earth's terrestrial biodiversity and crucial to our fight against climate change. The climate crisis is said to be reaching a tipping point. We are advised by the experts and the teachings of the Paris Agreement of COP21 to keep global temperatures below 1.5 degrees Celsius in order to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. But at the current rate, global warming is projected to reach 3.2 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. But the experts also tell us that one of the surest ways of dealing with the climate crisis is through the preservation and development of forests and other nature-based solutions. As it is said, the lungs of the earth, forests play a crucial role in the sustainability of our planet and our life on earth by absorbing carbon dioxide and contributing to emission reduction. That is why in 2017, we joined several leading cocoa and chocolate producing companies in the country to sign the Cocoa and Forest Initiative Statement of Intent in London, where we undertook to halt deforestation and forest degradation in the cocoa value chain in Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire, the world's 2 biggest cocoa producing countries. Indeed, our commitment goes beyond halting deforestation in the cocoa value chain, but goes also to halting deforestation and forest degradation generally. Is articulated by the dynamic, hard-working Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Samuel A. Jinapor, Member of Parliament for Damango. We are embarked on an aggressive afforestation and reforestation program aimed at restoring our lost cover and halting the current rate of deforestation. It is in this spirit that I call on each and every one of you, whether you are a Ghanaian or not, insofar as you are in Ghana, to join us today to plant at least 20 million trees. I call on members of parliament, members of corporate Ghana, traditional leaders, entrepreneurs, teachers, nurses, doctors, lawyers, judges, workers, farmers, bankers, students, religious leaders, traders, civil servants, public servants, members of the diplomatic corps, and indeed, every person living in Ghana, as well as those visiting Ghana on Green Ghana Day, to help us plant these trees. Together, let us build a greener future for current and future generations of Ghanaians and mankind. May God bless us all in our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of our Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Thank you, Wandanyesi. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause. We're grateful to you, Mr. President, for your kind words and to your call to each and every one to support this great venture. For which reason, I'm delighted to acknowledge our sponsors who have shown great faith in the process. Ladies and gentlemen, Access Bank is here represented by the Managing Director. Would you please make welcome Mr. Olumide Olatunji. Thank you very much for joining us. We're also joined by the FBN Bank. Mr. William Amonikwe is the head of business. Please, a round of applause. Thank you very much. We receive with joy the head of the civil service, Nana Ajekum Jamina. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the civil service. But of particular mention are all our partners who have made this year's project a reality. I'm talking about the Ghana Forest Investment Program, the Forest Plantation Development Fund, the Department of Parks and Gardens, the Ritchie Plantation Limited, Zoom Lion, but notable amongst them, ladies and gentlemen, the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program for illegal miners who are providing the 20 million seedlings. A round of applause. Thank you, Louis Carroll, for your leadership. This morning, in adding his voice to what we're doing here, we're joined by a national icon. I give to you, Stone Boy. We welcome you, Stone Boy. And so here to say thank you on behalf of the ministry and all our partners, it's my pleasure to invite the chair of the Green Ghana Project, who is the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Make welcome the Honorable Benito Owusu-Bio.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel A. Jinapo, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, the clergy, Nime, Name, our dear students and tutors, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Almighty God for giving us such a beautiful morning and a good weather for this important ceremony. I have the pleasure and honor to extend to His Excellency our gratitude for leading the nation today to plant 20 million trees of various species across the 16 regions of Ghana. The target for the 2022 edition of Green Ghana Day indeed is an ambitious target, but I can assure you, Your Excellency, that we are going to exceed the target today just as we did last year. I would also like to extend our appreciation to all our collaborating institutions, corporate Ghana, our religious bodies, traditional authorities, state and non-state actors, for the tremendous support we have received from them from last year to this period. We are all going out today, Your Excellency, after this short ceremony, to plant massively in various locations, and by the close of the day, we can give a good account of trees planted. I thank you all for honoring our mission. May God bless us all. Green Ghana, let's go planting.
We're grateful to you, our indefatigable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and the Chair of the Green Ghana Project, the Honorable Benito Owusu-Bio. Mr. President, Honorable Ministers of State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this event, the President, in the company of the Minister, will proceed to plant the ceremonial tree, and thereafter we shall have other identifiable groups and individuals do same. To this end, I can only invoke the blessings of God Almighty on this great day, the Green Ghana Day, on the Green Ghana Project, on you, the President of the Republic, for this great vision, and upon us all in our homeland Ghana, that Ghana may be great, strong, and green. Shall we please rise for the anthem? Green Ghana Day. Green Ghana Day. One recognizes of a and another by a crab. Okay, bring it down, bring it down. It is true. It is true. And then what's it? Now that the President of the Republic has planted the ceremonial tree, we shall invite the minister, together with the regional minister, the head of the civil service, the Anglican bishop, the Minister for Information, Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, the Minister for Environment, our sponsors, Access Bank, the FBN Bank, the Church of Pentecost, No. Wait, I'll explain to you. You know that the president always it's not me. Announce it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we receive His Royal Majesty King Ni Teko Sakitru II Kamanche as he plants a ceremonial tree on the Green Ghana Day 2022. I did not intervene.
Talented KSM is my guest right here on GTV Breakfast. KSM, wave to your people. Wave to them. We'll be here so shortly for a conversation around everything you need to know about this man and what he's been doing and what his thoughts are. If you don't follow him on Twitter, please do it right now. His Twitter page is lit. All right, but that will happen after another person in green who has a conversation in your world right now with Mr. Robert Mensah, gospel musician. You stay tuned. Valerie has that conversation, and we'll come back to chat with KSM. You stay. This is GTV Breakfast, Green Ghana Day.
Hi, hello again. And so yeah, I was singing a song before we came on air. You guys remember the song? Robert Mensah, goalkeeper #1. I don't remember all the lyrics, but yes, guys. On Monday, you know, there was a little teaser when I mentioned that a GBC, one of my colleagues here at GBC has joined the musical fraternity, and his name is Robert Mensah, not the goalkeeper. Robert Mensah, the producer director, who has now transitioned and is transitioning into the music circles, and he joins me on the yellow couch. Hey, Robert, hi.
Hello, Valerie. Thank you for having me.
So how does it feel to be on the opposite side? You're always behind the camera. So Robert Mensah doubles as a producer director here at GBC with our lifestyle channel. So how does it feel being in front of the camera? It's usually the opposite for you.
It's not easy, but we are trying.
Are you nervous?
No. Okay. I now understand the language of this side.
You now understand. Okay, righty. Robert, you're the latest addition to the music industry when it comes to gospel. Why didn't you do any other genre but gospel? Why?
I think I wouldn't do well there. So I'm using what I have and the inspiration I have for it.
Right. Yes. Okay, so guys, this is first time airplay. First time this is going to be on your screens. We're going to take a little break and then watch Robert Mensah's video. This is his debut. This is his entry into the music industry, and it's coming up on your screens now.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
So I can't sing to save my life, but that is soothing. Robert, what inspired this song, You Reign?
Well, this song was written 3 years ago. And then I was going through some challenging moments that all I saw was God. And he reigned in all these things that I went through.
Right.
And at the long run, he took me out of it.
Okay.
And so that was the inspiration behind the song.
Okay. This is your first?
Yes, please.
Right. And so is this You Reign going to be part of an EP? Is it going to be an album?
Yes.
It's just going to be a single?
Okay, I have about 7 original songs written already. And we are working on the album. But maybe we will release an EP before the album.
Right.
Yes.
You also work with the music ministry in your church,
yes,
which is Royal House
Chapel.
Okay. So can I say it stemmed from there?
Yes, yes. That is what has motivated, that's what has made me who I am today. And I want to thank Apostle General Sam Kranchi for the opportunity to work in the church as a music director. And he always opened doors for and give us the opportunity to mount certain platforms, which has made me who I am today.
Right. Okay. From speaking to lots of people in the creative space, most people veer out, oh, I think I have a passion to be a musician, I have a passion to do this. And then somewhere they get stuck. That's because we usually don't have a plan. Can you share with us what your plan for the music industry is?
Well,
what should we expect from your camp?
Nothing but the best. Songs that will uplift your spirit and bless you and encourage you to move on. I mean, that is what you should expect from me. But I mean, having done this and released this, the focus is no more on this, but what is to come.
Right.
Because you need to sustain I mean, what you have done at the beginning, you need to sustain it and not disappoint your fans.
Right. Okay. So tell us into what went into making of this video. Was it your concept? How long did it take to put it together?
Okay. So it took about a year. Planning and failing, planning something will come up, you're not able to do it and all that. But then, this is a church. I recorded this song in a church. A lot of people think it's a studio.
Right.
But it's a church apokwasi led by Reverend Paul Daniels, Apostle Paul Daniels, who I happened to work with about 3 years ago. I saw the vision of the church before because I saw what he had done then 2 years. So I had the urge to work with him because I understood his leadership ability. But then I saw today the finishing of the church. I saw it in 3 years, having started and what I saw then. And when I told him about the music video, he was like, oh, Charlie, this is your church, Baba Bafi. And that was it. And I went with my director. He saw the church. He said, no, we won't use the stage. So this is the overflow, the top. And the back you are seeing is the stage down there. So he had a inspiration that no, we won't use the stage, and then we had to use the top, and this is the final thing you see.
Okay, so when I first, when we first talked about music, you do music, I didn't believe it when you said, I didn't believe it until we got the trailer for what we released on Monday. And so I'm sure everybody who works here at GPC, I mean, seeing this video for the first time will be shocked. But hey, let's have a feel of your voice. You know you can't go scot-free. On You Rain.
On You Rain.
Okay,
let me do the chorus. You reign, yes, you reign. You are God, you reign. You reign, yes, you reign. You are God, you are God.
You nailed it, Robert. When it comes to the people you look up to in music, who would you want to have that collaboration with, that you know that, Robert Mensah, I have arrived, that person that you look forward to?
MOG. MOG is my colleague in the church.
Okay.
He heads the music department. So we all have the same spiritual father, Reverend Sam Crunchy Ankra.
Right.
And I look up to Joe too, who is also a friend.
Right.
And Ohima Mercy and the rest.
Okay, and then if you were to move from gospel circles into the other genres, who would you pick to have a collaboration with?
I will think about it and get back to you.
So it means you're not very keen on having collaborations with your musicians from the other side? Then?
Oh, I will, but depending on the type of song, it requires I should do it with. I might mention somebody now, but the type of song I may write in the future will call for another artist who qualify to do something, or the role he will play in the song.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Robert Mensah, we are wishing you success on this journey that you have started.
Thank you for having me.
Where do we find you on social media, and how do people connect with you?
Robert Mensah Music on Instagram, Robert Mensah Music on TikTok.
And that's it, simple as that. Robert Mensah Music on Instagram, Robert Mensah
Music on TikTok.
On TikTok, and Robert Mensah is.
And it's going to be Robert Mensah Music on all the social medias.
Okay, so everywhere on social media, it will be Robert Mensah Music, and he's the latest addition to the gospel music industry. And we are proud here at GBC because he happens to be our colleague and friend as well. So we are getting ready for the last segment of the show. So this is a call out to all presenters, hosts, journalists, hosts and presenters. Charlie, this is about, we're going to have a lecture. It's CAF, it's King CAF and KSM coming up next. So everybody get your pens and paper because today we are taking notes, guys. It's still GTV Breakfast. CAF and KSM will come up shortly after this break.
You reign forever. You are King. You reign forever. Oh, you are God, Father of life.
Coming live from the capital. This is the Breakfast Show.
Good people of Ghana, the time has come once again as we plant 20 million tree seedlings on 10th June across the country.
Trees are the life force of the earth.
For support of Green Ghana.
Planting a tree every day keeps the environment safe.
This campaign is proudly brought to you by the Government of Ghana under the auspices of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Forestry Commission with support from
Are you ready?
Green Ghana. Let's go plant.
I am 7 years old. Beep, beep, beep.
I am 4 years old.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, HIV-positive expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about antiretroviral treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Where were you in 1977? I was 6. But my guest put out his first professional show in that year, 5 years into General Kutu Achampong's reign as military head of state. So that's 45 years ago at the Arts Center. Where were you in 2002? Where was I? I was working in the shipping industry. But in that year, he started a show that has lasted till date. And it's now known as the KSM show. It used to be called Thank God It's Friday. He has a background in film, stage. He's been a radio presenter as well. He's acted in a movie or two. My guest says comedy is serious business. I love his tweets. His name is KSM, Kweku Sintimisa. Good morning.
Good morning, my man.
We fordo the handshakes. Make us come to you. Then your handshakes that you've been doing.
So, oh, which one? This one?
Yes.
There, and then I do this, and then you do.
You're the man. You're the man.
No, you're the man. I was the man. No, but now you're the man.
You're still the man because at 65, you look like you're 55.
Really?
Yes. What's the secret?
The secret is ask the bones, man. Don't mind the face.
The bones are talking, eh?
The bones, they do the actual talking.
What did they say? What did they tell you this morning?
This morning, what happened this morning, I woke up and this isn't right. Do you know why?
No.
I was feeling perfect.
Oh.
I said, there's something wrong here, you know. And then about 30 minutes later, I felt an aching in my knee. I said,
Now you're talking.
Now I'm alive.
What do you feel about growing old?
Oh, I'm just enjoying it. You know, I mean, it's not an issue for me. I'm just, you know, I'm growing. things that I have to slow down or make some adjustments and things. But then I still have the energy to do what I love to do.
What has surprised you most about getting to this age? You're 65 now. What surprises you more about being a 65
I
year
don't
old?
know whether I'm surprised, but I just suddenly realized that I can't use the word that I really, but I don't give a, you know what?
An F.
I don't give an F about some of the things that should worry me, you know? I'm like, hey, after all, what, you know, what am I looking for? I'm 65. I thank God I'm 65. I feel energetic. I have passion for certain things that I do, and I can still do them. So I'm enjoying it.
You're enjoying it?
Yeah.
And life is great?
Life is great. Life is great. I think I have become more, hopefully, mature. I've slowed down a bit in terms of, you know, my attitude to things. I've learned to watch and experience more and observe more and think more.
Okay.
You know, and my reactions are now more measured.
More measured
than I was before.
You wear so many hats. Today we'll look at the broadcaster side of you and then the entertainer side.
Okay.
So let's talk about the broadcasting side. Your show has lasted 20 years and counting. What do you think is the secret sauce?
You know, one time Nanaba interviewed me and asked me the same question. I said, Nanaba, I really don't know. I want to ask you because you are the viewers. What is it about my show that makes you, the viewers, love it? And she said, well, from where she sits, she finds the show very relatable. And my guest, whether it's somebody who sweeps the streets or whether it's the president of the nation, when they come and sit across from me, I just relate to them. And the way I relate to them is so comfortable and so whatever. I said, yeah, you're right. Now, this is what answer I'll be giving whenever I'm asked, you know. I think that's the secret, you know. I'm relatable. I don't judge. And when people come on my show, I make sure that they are very comfortable and they're at home, just like you do, man. I don't think this is...
Let me make a pitch right now. When you go on leave and you still want the show to continue, please call me. I'll come and do that show.
Really?
No, I love your show.
You do?
You remind me a lot of Larry King. And Larry
Okay.
King is for me like a mentor.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
The relatability,
Yeah.
just asking simple questions,
Yeah.
listening a lot.
Yeah.
You remind me a lot of him.
Yeah. Do you know who my mentor is, though?
No.
Mike Egan.
Ah.
Because growing up, there was a Mike Egan show.
Yes.
You know, and I just loved that show. There was something about it that I was like, one day I'd like to be like this guy. You know, so when people ask me, who have you followed? Who is... it's Mike Egan. The Mike Egan show was on GTV.
Yes, it was.
Then, back in then, GBC TV.
We're the only guys in town. We're the only show in town.
You're the only show in town.
Yes, indeed.
You know, and that's my mentor.
How do you get your guests?
My guests, I have a team, and they look out and then they advise. And sometimes myself, I will notice certain people, and they have certain things that I think should be celebrated.
Who's the craziest guest you've had?
The craziest guest I've had?
Yes.
That was one, back in the day I was doing when it was the TGIF. I had this guest who said he was very upset with God. Very crazy. You know, and I thought, wow, this is crazy. Maybe I should host him. So he came on there to give the reasons why he said he's upset with God, you know. And I think there was one time that he was talking and then he forgot something. Then he looked at me. You see what he's doing now? He's trying to make me forget.
He was blaming God for his memory lapse.
Yeah. He sort of had this personal...
And he was for real. He wasn't like a comedian. He was for real angry with God.
He wasn't a comedian.
Okay. Why did you say he was angry with God?
Yeah, he said God hadn't treated black people very well.
Do you think God has treated black people very well?
I think God has done what he should do. It's black people who have been taking the responsibility to treat themselves very well. That's how I see it.
Coming from a son of an Osofo,
Yeah.
this is quite interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think your father would have made of the comments you make about religion?
Surprisingly, I think he would really understand. You see, because yes, I stumbled onto his sermons. Every sermon that he preached, he wrote, and he kept. And I stumbled onto it. So I was reading it. And I was thinking, wow, these are very progressive views for him at that time.
What kind of things was he talking about?
Talking about, what do you call this thing? Gender issues, you know, the females. He, by the way, was the first person to ordain a woman in the Presbyterian Church.
Wow.
Yeah.
This must have been very revolutionary at that time.
That's what I'm saying. For his time, he was very radical. He was the one that introduced the induction of ordination of women into the Presbyterian Church. And by the way, he introduced African drumming to the church.
So he was
the church was like against it.
So his mentor was like did years ago back in the for the Presbyterian
he was
Church.
a Framamu student, by the way. Framamu taught him.
Okay, so that's a link there.
So there must be a link there, you know. So I think my dad had he was very open-minded. And when I was reading some of the sermons, that's what I found out, that he's very, very open-minded.
You should publish some of these sermons.
One reverend, I won't mention his name, came for the whole thing. Oh, I'm editing it. I want to do a whole publication. So we're all very, very happy to this date.
What? He swept the sermons?
Yeah, I don't know where they are.
What?
I can't even reach him now. Well, I know he's like alive and a little old. But yeah, he took the whole bunch that he was going to get it edited and published and everything. So I was so happy. You know, and that was the end of it.
Please track those sermons down.
Pardon?
Please track those sermons down.
I will have to.
What would your father have made of the current state of religion in Ghana today?
I think he would have been very, very, very disappointed. Honestly, you know. He was a very practical man. Very, 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 very practical guy. You see. So sometimes when people tell me, oh, KSM, how can I have these ideas when your father was a moderator? And I feel like telling them, my father was a very open-minded moderator. Maybe there were certain things that he would disagree because I took them a little too far. But generally, I think he was a very, very open-minded person, and he would understand where I'm coming from.
This is what you tweeted on January 9th. In GH, pastors and alleged men of God are the ones who trend. Christianity has become a fascinating showbiz event. Pastors for me.
I should name them. Oh no, I'll get into trouble.
No, but you can only say you're joking.
I'll get into trouble, you know, because I've experienced this. Sometimes I get carried away and I say things, and then I see how bloggers and other media people have reported it.
So you don't want to trend?
Pardon?
You don't want to trend?
I don't want to trend.
Well, so what is a showbiz pastor? I mean, give me an example. Don't mention names, or what do showbiz pastors do?
Showbiz pastors are the alleged prophets who are seeing things, and they pride themselves in what they say they saw or what God told them, and things like that. They are in showbiz. You know, at one point everybody's like, oh, but I knew he was going to die. I think what's her name? The singer.
Ebony?
Ebony died. Some persons it was like a battle. Oh, I saw this. I said this there. I said this. You know, it's...
I just want to say this, that your interview with Ebony is absolutely the best one that I've seen and heard conducted, because I got the sense that everybody tried to just demean her and belittle her, but your interview was conducted with absolute 100% respect. And I urge you to go and look for that interview that KSM had with Ebony. That was the best. That was one of my greatest regrets, that I never got to interview her, because your interview was just a wonderful one. What was she like when you were talking to her?
Very, very, very down to earth. That's what I found. You know, very open, very sincere with herself. Whether it was good or bad, she can discuss it freely, and that is her. You know, so it's up to you to either respect or disrespect her. But she wasn't going to hide it because she was talking to you. She was transparent. That's how. She was very transparent. Yeah.
All right. So, any interviews you did that made you cry, tear up?
I don't think so.
You are pretty much in control of your emotions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing can really faze you.
On the show.
On the show.
No. I don't remember. Maybe it's been such a long 20 years.
You've done a long time.
So
for a long time.
There could have been one or two things that faced me a little bit, but generally, I think I've kept my control. Yeah.
We want to just check out one of your performances that you are famous.
Oh, cab. So hey, this is Ghana. So that cab, I say taxi. So a taxi. And you know Ghana taxi drivers. He goes and he stops 100 meters away. The returnee is standing there waiting. He actually thinks the driver will reverse and come back because he has stopped the taxi. The driver too is in the car looking in the mirror. So somebody says, listen, look, in Ghana, when they stop, you run to them all. So the cab stops and he's running to the taxi driver. He gets to the taxi driver, returning. I'm going to Maraheko. Huh? Maraheko. Yo, Tanase. 50 Ghana cedi. Ha! Bateko haye! That's the baptism of the Ghana spirit. All of a sudden, all the Maraheko is gone. It's like, hey, Matako haye!
You were really buff back then, man.
And I can tell that was a long time ago.
Jimmy, your haircut was on a different level, man. You looked a bit like Acorn, you know.
But nowadays, when you stop the taxi, they will stop exactly where you stop them. I was talking about when I first came.
Yes, now?
Oh, the taxi, when you stop, they'll go yards away and ask you, where are you going? You know,
but
they
now,
have to run to them. But now, they can do a U-turn quickly and then come to you.
Is it the economy?
You know it, Charlie. You need your cash, man. You better respect the customer.
It's just when I read your social media posts, I can see the serious ones where you don't put emojis and anybody doing a face or something. There are some really serious ones, especially on the governance issues, because you do your comedy, but I can tell when you are really serious about something and there are no jokes there. I'll give you an example of one of them. So you said the way to arrest the cedi is to break the control of the mostly foreign cartels that control our markets with huge imports. They undermine local imports. The first casualty is the value of the poor cedi. Strategy needed urgently. August 11th, 2021. You've been thinking about the economy. You're sad about the way our cedi is being buffeted.
Yeah, and even sadder about the fact that we have, way back in the day, Kutu had something called Ghana should have the controlling heights of our economy. Whatever it meant.
Yes, General Temple.
Yeah, the controlling heights of the economy is not in the hands of Ghanaians. And that's one of the reasons why the city is suffering so much, because it's getting worse in terms of the control of the currency, control of the economy, you know. I mean, we have enough to grow and produce and eat our own sugar without importing sugar. We do. But there's a cartel of those who supply sugar who have to make sure that we don't get into the terrain where we are growing and using our own sugar.
So what is preventing leadership from just taking the decision?
That's what I said in the tweet. If we want to arrest the city, these are some of the things we have to start looking out for and doing. You know, it's not just sugar, it's rice, it's most of these things. And I'm telling you, if we have the right direction, we can get to a time where we can plant, grow, and eat our own rice. That's what I was very, very impressed with when I went to Kenya recently.
What did you see there?
They grow what they eat, and they eat what they grow.
Danlate.
Pardon?
Danlate said that.
Grow
what you eat what you grow.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I'll go to shops in Kenya and I'll just be amazed. I think in Ghana we call them brobe. It's like cocoyam. They have the brobe chips that hotels use. They have, and they grow it all there. They have greenhouses and they grow things. So they grow what they eat. So the no cattle can jump in there and say, okay, I'm going to introduce a new brand of flour, and then, you know. So that's what I meant, that if we're really, really serious about this currency thing, we have to take action. We have to get to the point where we grow what we eat. That's the fundamental thing.
Recently, President Museveni of Uganda was saying, but if you think wheat is expensive because of Ukraine and Russia, eat cassava flour. And people were lambasting him, but I thought he was on the
He was making sense. He was making sense.
Banchi.
The Banchina. You know, because if you think there's a war in Ukraine, so all your wheat is not coming, but you have Banchi there. You know, so these are little things. So, but it takes strength and some kind of vision to make sure that they're accomplished. And I think that's what I was talking about. The city will keep, you know, this city thing is not something we can do just like
overnight.
Pump it and then all of a sudden it's stable. It won't happen like that.
Pumping it with steroids, it won't work.
No, the steroids won't work.
You need to eat well.
You need to eat well because the steroids will degas eventually. You know.
You're watching GTV Breakfast. We put out a question there. If you had a chance to ask KSM a question, what would you do? What would you ask him? And we'll get you your responses from that pretty soon. And we'll open the phone lines as well. And we'll talk about Ejapa, the good father, which is one of his new projects.
My latest.
Your latest baby.
Yes, sir.
You are giving birth to babies at this stage.
I've been given birth in 4 years, you know. The last show I did was in 2018, I think.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's 4 years. So right now you are had the water's broken?
The water is up. It will break on the 18th or the 19th. It will break on the 18th.
Will the cathedral feature in Ijapa?
I don't want to give away the show, but I just want you to come and see it and enjoy it, because they will.
let me just go back to what you said about the cathedral.
Yeah.
You said, and this was last year you said this. Jesus said, in my Father's house there are many mansions. God is not homeless. Invest in improving the health sector, not cathedrals. And then you had a prayer sign too.
It's a serious one then. You know.
Another one, while you're thinking.
Yes.
Dear God, this is KSM. Please, we're ready to begin the construction of the cathedral. Then God replies, thank you, GH. But hurry, I'm being evicted soon. June 4th. This was on June 4th. Who is evicting God?
Who's evicting God? Well, that's how Ghanaians are behaving. Like, let's build a cathedral for God. So my question is why? Wherever he's living, have you heard he's being evicted? So this is the sarcasm or whatever approach that I put in. But I'm asking a very serious question.
Do people get it when you speak like that?
Sadly, many don't. You know, and if you look at the reactions, you will see that there are those who get it and there are those who are far away.
Those who don't get it, what do they say? Well, it gives a flavor of how they respond to things like this. Because you're talking about something that is serious, but you are guiding it.
Openyitoto. Oh, Jimmy.
That seems to be a favorite insult these days. When they want to shut you down, they say
Jimmy Penyitoto. You know, yes, we'll do it whether we like it or not. Some crazy things, you know. They turn it into a political issue and then lambast me and all of that. And I realize, yes, more to come.
You're not fazed?
I used to be, you know. Then it got to a point where I realized that this is the country we live in. Okay? People will judge you by not the substance of what you said, but by the politics. And they'll judge you. And before I said, okay, I don't want anybody to put me in a box or brand me with any political flavor, so let me just stop.
Do they think you are NDC?
Oh, yes.
And when you were in NDC times, did they think you were NDP?
Let me give you the trajectory. When I first came to Ghana, when I returned, and JJ was in power, I remember. And I used to give it to left, right, and center, you know. And there were rumors then that had been brought to Ghana by the MPP and put on air.
Oh, okay.
Those were the rumors then.
They paid for your flight back?
Yes, they paid for my flight back.
Okay.
To come and just harass JJ, you know. And I remember when NDC was in power then, and I applied for a frequency to operate a radio station. And I was given the frequency, you know, but my pronouncements, I guess it didn't go too well then. This is what I'm guessing, with the NDC. So all of a sudden, my frequency was withdrawn.
They gave it to you and took it back?
Yes.
Oh.
And just before they left the scene, they realized that maybe we made a mistake taking this guy thing, because he says it as it is, or whatever, I don't know. So just before that he left, they wrote back to me and then they gave me my frequency. And as soon as MPP came, they said, how come NDC is leaving and they are giving frequencies? Then he must be one of them. So let's take it back. So on the MPP too, the frequency was taken away. You know?
And it's never come back?
No. Well, it's now 97.3 City FM, so that definitely will never come back.
That was your frequency?
That was my frequency. Go and check with NCA if I'm lying. You know, and it was given, taken back, and then given again, and taken back again. So this is the casualty of anybody who wants to be a nationalist. My focus is Ghana. If it so happens that the Ghana focus that I'm dwelling on is in sync with something that the NDC is doing, so be it.
So you actually used that 97.3 for a while?
No, I never got to. Oh, you kidding me?
Do you listen to them now?
Oh, I listen to them. Ben is my friend. Sam Menz is a good guy. I mean, they're all my friends.
And you don't know that this was your...
I don't know.
You're saying it for the first time?
This is the first time I've said this. People can go and check with NCA to see 97.3, whether I was not assigned to KSM Sapphire. I was going to Sapphire Radio then.
Company.
You see, so that's it, you know. So I realized that whatever I do, I'll be branded, you know, fine. So I was sometime, okay, let me not talk because they will brand me.
But now you don't really care because you're 65.
Especially at 65.
You don't care.
Oh, Massa, Yemre. I love Ghana, and I speak for Ghana. If what I'm saying for Ghana at that time is what, how do I call it? Is in sync with something the MPP is doing. You can call me MP. I don't care. When the president talked about Ghana Beyond Aid, I saluted him. I think I have tweets on that. Yes, that's what we need as a country. When do we get to the part where Ghana Beyond Aid? It's fantastic. I liked it. It's a poor Ghana thing, you know. So that's me, Kafui. You know, Ghana first.
Ghana first. And you get really angry also.
You should be reading my tweets.
No, reading your tweets big time. Because you look at what's happening in the system and then you comment on it.
Yeah.
So in January there was an explosion at Apiati.
Yeah.
People died. People are suffering. This week I spoke to the PRO of one of the three organizations that are There's a reconstruction committee, there's a support fund, and then there's also a disaster relief fund. And it looks like 3 people doing different things at the same time, all to help Apiachi. And then you asked, January 26, 2022, not long after the explosion, what role is the mining company playing in the rebuilding of Apiachi? Or in GH, freedom to cause havoc and destruction is part of the benefits of mining companies? SMH, which means shaking my head. You're not happy with how the mining company...
Very, very, very sad. I mean, because I lived outside Ghana for a while, that has had some influence on my thinking in terms of how we relate to ourselves. Okay? Look, one person dies tragically in the US. The community rallies behind this person. If it's a very tragic thing, you know, people just set up places where they can go and light candles on their behalf, where they can just really pay tribute. We value life. They value life. And what I am experiencing in Ghana, life is not anything that we value. You know, Ameswale, right?
The journalist who was killed.
The journalist who was killed.
Yes.
I had some contacts in the, what do you call the GJ then? The Journalists Association. So I called people that I thought were a bit influential. Listen, this guy was a journalist. He was killed. I think, I don't want to initiate this because the GJ is there. Why don't you guys organize a candlelight vigil?
Yeah.
And national, whatever, in Accra, whatever, make it big. Let's talk about it. Let everybody who supports it come together, light candles.
Just to remember the guy.
Just to remember the man.
What did they say?
And if during the time we say, okay, everybody should donate something for the family, I'm sure you can raise about at least 100,000 cedis for the family and give it to them.
What did they say?
Maybe they'll respond tomorrow, because I got the feedback then that okay, we'll handle it, we'll do something, and that was it. The next thing I heard, they were doing some something at Press Freedom. What's it called?
The Press Center.
The Press Center.
Yeah.
Some lecture B.
Oh.
On Memorial B. I don't know.
I didn't get it.
You see, so similarly, when this thing exploded
happened,
in Apiachi, I was like, wow, people died with no lives. Do you think you can be in the US and some mining company or whatever company causes such destruction to human life, and that mining company is not sanctioned? And you know what I'm saying? It was like, okay, let's get a group of people together, let's do something to raise funds for them. We didn't treat it with the urgency that I thought a nation should treat a case like this.
That explains your tweet.
That explains, please, that maybe, hey, it's a foreign company, one foreign investor. So what if a few people die from an explosion that they caused by accident? No, we can't do that.
We can't do that. But what we can do is read the messages that are coming in. All right, on GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafi Day. My guest is KSM. Oh, yes, I'm enjoying this breakfast with you. Let me go and read. Permission to go.
Granted, sir.
Yes, sir. All righty. So, and you have to answer my random questions, okay? So, be ready for that.
You are here.
Okay. So, these are the questions. You have the opportunity to ask the legendary KSM one question that he must answer. What question are you asking him? Why is he against the building of the National Cathedral?
Whoever is asking this question,
his name is Kwekutete.
Kwekutete, please give God a call. Sit down with God, face to face, one-on-one, and say, God, in my country, women giving birth lie on the floor. In my country, there are schools that are under trees. In my country, dear Lord, we can't get access to basic health care. But we can raise, maybe we can raise another 50 million. God, please tell me, when we raise this money, should we build a cathedral for you, or we should use it to help our fellow Ghanaians? And when you finish speaking to God, then come talk to me and let me know what God said.
Nice one. Najet Safi, my question for KSM, what is your definition of happiness?
Happiness? My definition of happiness is stress-free. Don't let things stress you.
These days you listen to jazz.
Pardon?
These days you listen to
jazz.
I listen
to jazz, man.
What were you listening to before, man? What were you listening to before?
Before?
Yes.
Oh, the noisy stuff. I don't want to name them, but you know, my favorite all type of song has been Famiko, Kweupupo. What's the name of the song? I don't know.
Famiko.
I love it.
You love that song?
Oh yes.
We'll see whether we can find it for you. Why didn't you continue your shows after you left Metro?
Please, I'm still doing my shows.
Yes.
It's on a different station.
Yes. You
can I say the
mention the station? Of course, come on.
Okay, it's on Pan African TV.
Exactly.
And it's there at the same time, Friday evening at 9 and Sunday at 2 p.m. on Pan African TV.
And it's on YouTube too.
And it's on YouTube.
Fantastic.
Yes.
What is your perception of Christianity in Ghana? It's a big question.
Kafu, do you have 3 hours?
Give us the abridged version.
My perception of Christianity.
Okay, let me give you a hint. Dear Christian Council, kindly donate 10% of all the tithe churches collect to the GRA. Let's call it e-tithe. Support the e-levy for GAs to become like Europe. Practice what you preach. I beg. This is your own tweet. Does that summarize it?
Yeah, it does.
You think the tithe should be what? You're against tithes?
No, I'm not against tithe, Kafi. That's one of the misconceptions. I personally, I don't pay tithe. And I'm surprised that God has blessed me so much, because according to people, if you want blessings, then do this. Mm-hmm. I'm okay with anybody paying their tithe. That's fine. I'm just saying biblically it's not accurate to say that God favors those who pay tithes. That's all I've said.
What was your dad's position? Did you know? Because he was a military.
Yeah, in his time, though, by the way, the Presbyterian Church was not collecting tithe.
Okay. Now, this is somebody who is angry with you. Can I go ahead?
Please, feel free.
As the son of a bishop, I don't think your father was a bishop.
No, he wasn't.
Kofi Delano Tepo says, you are disgracing your late father on your stance on Christianity. Just like Eli's children in the Bible. Maybe your father misprioritized your upbringing, or simply was a bootlicker, or maybe you were a bootlicker to your Muslim employees at Metro.
Should I react to that?
Please react.
First of all, it's the most nonsensical statement anybody who has the right thinking can make.
Okay.
Number one, I have not said anything against Christianity. What I've said, Kafui, is that for me, Christ did not come to teach any religion. He came to teach a way of life. That's my position on what Christ is. I think he was a fantastic teacher, and he taught us life skills. And he was teaching us a way of life. Okay? And the way of life is how he thinks you can relate to the Father, being the universe. Mm-hmm. Okay? And I've said this, and Mr. Nutaku, I'll say it again.
Yes.
Let me say it again.
Yes.
I do not think that any one religion has a monopoly on God. And Christians get upset with this because the Bible says, Christ says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. Mm-hmm. You don't understand that statement. Or you have a different interpretation.
How do you understand it?
That he was teaching a way of life that leads you into righteousness. So technically, you can be a Hindu and have that way of life, and it will lead you into righteousness.
Are you a Hindu?
No. You can be a Buddhist, you can be a Muslim, and have that way of life. So my concentration when it comes to Jesus Christ is the way he taught us to live as a guidance to that supreme being. But not as the only. I'm sorry about that, Mr. But if you think I've disgraced my father, you'll be very disappointed to know that my father would have been very proud of me. That I'm glad you're thinking. The brain that God gave you, my son, I'm glad you have chosen to use it.
What do you describe yourself in terms of religion?
In terms of religion? Yes. Christist.
You are Christist?
Yes.
Not Christian?
Not a Christian.
What's the difference?
Well, a physicist has studied physics, and they know what they want to do with physics, so they are physicists. Mm-hmm. So are chemists, they have studied chemistry, whatever. Mm-hmm. I'm a Christist in terms of, I have studied the way of life that Christ is teaching, but I'm a Christian. This is the first time I said this on this show too, that I am a Christ, I see myself as a Christist, and not a Christian. And a Christist, a Muslim can be a Christist. Somebody who is a Bindu can be a Christist. Mm-hmm. Somebody who is an African religion can be a Christist, which simply means that they are following a way of life to the best that they can be is to be righteous to their fellow human being. And I think that's the part that many, many people are missing. For me, serving God is serving humanity the best way you can. You don't see God to serve God. So the only way you are serving God is serving humanity. Being kind to humanity, making humanity the center of your agenda. That's why when I see people die and we just throw them off, I get upset. When a swallow is killed and so on and so on. When we have all these accidents on our road and there's no policy, any design, it's like, 20 people died. Sir, you're going with your life. We don't have human life at the center. And I think, for me, worshiping God is all about making humanity the center. And Christians believe what Christ said, that at the end of the day, the Lord will look your face and tell you, Chief, you are not my kind, because when I was in prison, you didn't visit me. When I was naked, you didn't clothe me. When I was hungry, you didn't feed me. And you asked God, but when did I see you and I didn't feed you? And the Lord said, just as you didn't do to the least among you, you didn't do for me. That's all. Respect the people amongst you, the least amongst us. And when you do it for them, you're doing it for me. That's all humanity, that's all my concept of religion is about. And not this narrow-minded, I've accepted Christ as my personal savior, so I'm guaranteed to go to heaven. Can I ask one last thing?
Well, I have a question about this. You want to ask?
No, can I add? Not
yes,
ask.
You can add.
You see, it doesn't make sense for me, somebody to tell me that maybe in your life you've been a rapist, you've been a criminal, you've done all these nasty things in your life. That has been your life. And just before you die, on your deathbed, you said, oh Christ, I'm really, really sorry I did all these things. Forgive me. I accept you as my personal savior now. And I believe in the blood, blah, blah, blah. When you are able to do that, you go to heaven. Okay? So that person can now has a secured seat in heaven. When somebody else who loves people, who is a philanthropist or priest,
like a crisis,
and yes, is doing everything to help humanity, but just that person is not religious, quote unquote Christian. That person, when they die, they will go and burn forever in hell, and the rapist will be on the right side of God in heaven because he was just able to accept Christ before he died. Does that make sense? Maybe it does for you people who believe in that, but it doesn't make sense to me. And thankfully, I think the critical brains that God gave me to think is what makes that thing doesn't make sense to me. Because I serve God by serving humanity. That's my thing. So all the fuss about everything else, it's not me. I'm sorry. And I don't think my father has raised the wrong person because I have this belief. Maybe he will believe differently with me, but I have not disgraced my father. I'm sorry. I haven't disgraced him. And I actually think he would have been very, very proud of me. Speaking of being proud of me, Kafui, the first time I did a show that you talked about, 1977, at the Art Center, I remember that scene when I finished the show, when my father walked through the audience to come and give me a hug on the stage.
Oh, nice.
He was so proud. And I think all these ideas I'm expressing, he will be proud of. And I'm sure I can expect the headlines. You know, KSM says the moderator which I'm proud of. You know, at one point they said I was atheist.
Were you?
Never. I believe there is a God. But the concept of God as being espoused in, like maybe the Old Testament, it's not something I can agree with. That's all. You know, I can't really think that God, who knows everything, will make a statement like, I have regretted that I made Saul king. Then why is he God? If he's going to take decisions and regret like me. And man, I am the one that will make decisions and regret because I don't know. Why are you going to put God on the same scale? I regretted? You put that in the lips of God, and I'm supposed to say, oh, that's great. God took decisions and regretted.
Who do you think put those words in God's mouth?
This is written by somebody who is perceiving something that he thinks God did. And so he puts his ideas there and says, this is God. That's all. It's the thinking of man. To limit God to that level is not the thinking of God. Am I that bad? Am I an atheist?
I just got a message from Dr. Lawrence who says, congratulations. He likes the way you are dealing with the issues.
Dr. Lawrence is my man. Dr. Lawrence, I greet, I salute. We have to meet too.
It may be sooner than you think.
It may be
sooner than you think.
Really?
Yes, it may be. I'm not being a prophet though. But then, so heaven and hell, do they exist for you?
In my mind, no. In my mind, heaven is what you experience. Hell is what you experience. There are people who are going through hell right now. I have been to hell.
What was it like?
Oh,
was
it's
it hot?
terrible. It wasn't like a bonfire or anything. It was just like, I am distressed, I'm depressed, nothing is going on well, so and so. And your life is like, is there any point living? Should I die? That's being in hell.
Let's talk about death though, because you said we have managed to rebrand death. We don't die anymore. Instead, we pass on to glory or simply rest well. Now we actually look forward to dying. Branding is what? And you said this September 14th last year.
What do you do with my tweets, man?
No, you're interesting, man. It's like I'm communicating with you. You said we've rebranded death.
We've rebranded death. That was just one of my, you know.
But there's some seriousness behind it.
Oh, yes, there
the way
is.
we kind of, we deal with
yes.
something which is quite final.
Regrettably, I mean, if KSM dies, that should be the headline. KSM is dead. Mm-hmm. I'm not resting. I'm dead. Resting, they rest for a while, then they get up and come again.
Maybe that's because they believe in resurrection.
Okay, fine. You're right. You have a point there.
Do you?
Resurrection?
Yeah.
That I'll come back again?
In a different form?
Maybe life can continue in a different form after you're dead. But you're still dead. The continuous is not that you have come back to life, but you've gone to the second stage of what you're dealing with. But in the meantime, you're dead. That's all I'm saying.
So where do we go when we die?
That one, I don't know where we go when we die. And that is the strength of religion. It's the promise of the afterlife, where you go when you die. You know, I am in a position where I'm saying that wherever I go when I die, I want to make sure that once I live, I'll do what is right.
Okay. The Christist. Says how many Christists do you know apart from yourself?
And how many do I know?
Yes.
Nobody.
You're the only Christist in the world.
How many have proclaimed that they are Christists? That I don't know. But there are many, many
who
people
are living like you.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
There are many, many.
Indeed. I'm looking forward to your next show.
Yes.
Which is on the stage. And it has a nice politically tinged name.
Yeah.
Ejapa.
Ejapa.
Good Daddy.
Good Daddy. Number one, I'm premiering it on the Father's Day. It's a Father's Day special.
Okay.
And father, Eja, a good father is Ejapa.
Ejapa.
So I'm premiering it on Father's Day. Well, no, I'm preparing a day before Father's Day.
And then
the main show is on Father's Day.
Awesome.
You know, so it's a tribute to fathers, Ejapa. You know, and of course, the show is called Ejapa, tribute to fathers, but it's a snapshot of Ghana. You know, it's a snapshot of what I see Ghana is, you know, my hopes, my fears, everything. It's a funny show, but people should come and experience it.
I saw the flyer that you said politicians beware. Bootlickers shouldn't come around.
Actually, I shouldn't say they shouldn't come around. I think
they should come.
The best way is they come at their own risk.
On Twitter, you said on the 5th of...
Fun.
What do you miss most about your dad?
My dad?
Yeah.
His preaching.
His preaching, right?
Yes. And his intellect. It was deep.
Did you cry when he passed?
Yes. 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 And there are 6 of us. I was his last book with before he died. And he said things. Not things like prophecies or anything, but just deep things. Like telling me his perceptions of all his children.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
What did he say about you?
Deep.
I won't hear that. I'm curious. What did he say?
Well, one thing I remember him saying was that I've held the name Sinti Misha.
Okay.
And I should continue to. One of the many things he said was that. So Mr. who said, Nutekpo, who said my father must be disgraced. Yeah. I'm sorry, he isn't.
That guy really wanted to get to you.
I think he did.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he did. Because you don't know my father. You don't assume anything because of your religion. And let me end it there. You can ask me other questions. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize. I'm going to take some messages now.
I'm free, man.
Can I go?
Please. As I sip
on your coffee.
My nice coffee that GTV.
You don't have a Nigerian, an American accent. I want to hear your coffee or something.
I do some accent in my show though. So
we should go to Japan.
You should come to Japan.
All right. Messages. Osatoku. I go to the same church of common sense as KSM. I use the word humanist rather than Christian. Question. How have we got it so wrong in terms of Christianity? Fantastic interview. Thank you so much. GTV, I live the same way as KSM, but I've never traveled out of Ghana. KSM is the real deal. Mike, unfortunately, KSM, with all respect, needs to learn because I can feel his passion and will do very well when he's able to have a connection with God. We don't worship God with our sense, but we ought to worship him on his terms. You get that a lot?
I get that judgment a lot. People judge, so I leave them to their judgment.
We blacks in West Africa are the Hebrews called Israelites when Egyptians were blacks called Mizraim. Okay, all right. Please, GTP Breakfast, do you know that the Bible is our history? Do you believe that? Is the Bible our history?
No.
Okay, simple one. The Bible says the gospel message is foolishness to those who are perishing. 1 Corinthians 1:18. Caris?
I perish with joy.
Abdul, you came with shots fired, man. Abdul Jalil, watching from Dallas, Texas. Uncle KSM, you said it all. The NPP government needs to set up their priorities right before thinking of building a house for God. There's a big problem facing the country, and you are building a church for those who are sick and who need help. Come on, we must be honest with ourselves. More messages. Mark Mans, please tell him he's so intelligent. But my question is, why didn't he become a moderator like his father? Because he really understands the principles of Christ Jesus. Why didn't you become a moderator?
Because the church will not accept me.
Form your own. People do it these days. Form your own church.
Form own.
Good morning to KSM. I do agree with him on the Piety disaster. The mining company who caused that havoc should have been susceptible to the unfortunate incident, not the government raising pennies.
Thank you.
And then somebody's giving Val some shout-outs. You never disappoint. I love your light jade shada. You look jaw-dropping. Have a wonderful week. Hey, more vibes for one lady. Osei Kwabena. Okay. Let's go back to the top. 055-556-1034. Hi, CAF. KSM's views are thought-provoking and insightful. Thank you very much. I love people who do not judge. They allow people to grow in their own capacity. That's from Bremer Designs. Hey, hot. KSM, your concept about God is right in a way, but where I don't agree with you is the heaven and hell issue. Please, there's judgment after death and hell is real. William Akufo, Ocean. You believe in the whole lake of fire, forever suffering in forever and ever and ever. Some days I lie on my bed and I think of forever, and I'm thinking, man, forever, there's no end.
That's really a very helpful tool for Christianity as a religion to whip people in line, you know. Who wants to be burning for the rest of their life?
There's no stop.
I don't. So if that will change people and let them act right, fine, put it out there.
Somebody says, good morning, Calf, good interview. Please ask my good friend if he still supports Donado. Ha 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 ha. He's laughing. All right. My question, why does he always wear a smile and what keeps him going? He should do his sign off before we leave. Okay, so you will sign out for me. All right? Thank you so much. Keep them coming in. The Bible and Christianity have turned into a business in Africa. I agree with KSM. Someone says, next time I'll prove to your panel that we are from Israel. Okay. Ask KSM why the show is no more on Metro. Well, it's on Pan-African TV right now, and it's on YouTube as well. All right. So those are the answers to your questions. People love you, man. Lots of questions. KSM looks great at 65. And
Thank you.
The secret is what? Stress-free.
Stress-free, man.
All right.
Plenty water and exercise.
Okay. Good morning, Kaf. My name is Delali. Please ask KSM if he has a connection with Mr. Bean, because their style of comedy is the same. I disagree. Mr. Bean doesn't talk. He doesn't talk.
Sorry?
Bean doesn't talk. Does he talk?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't. It's a whole new...
It's more like mime, right? More messages, so many. Thank you for contacting Kenny Fruits. Okay, Kenny Fruits, you just got a free advert on GTV. Why not? Paul says hello, and more messages coming in 055-556-1034. Rhoda, great discussion with the legend KSM. I like how he said, I don't judge, from Rhoda Kennedy. Thank you so much. Charlie, we'll be here till tomorrow. More messages. Somebody is asking about GTV Sports going to show the Ghana-Japan friendlies. We show everything sports, so that question, you know the answer already. What is your concept of eternity?
My concept of eternity is the legacy you leave behind, how long that legacy lives, or how long it's eroded. You know, eternity is the memory that you leave in people, and what they think about you keeps you alive.
Like Kwame Nkrumah?
Like Kwame Nkrumah. Thank you for that example.
He's your man.
Very much so.
He's your man.
Very, very, very much so.
Kaf, please read my message. I love and admire KSM so much. Nice show. Keep it up, Kaf. Haruna from UG. Haruna, I've just read your message.
Haruna, thank you.
KSM always looking same. My mentor Ghana loves you. KSM is a legend. I beg, kindly tell him to organize a seminar for young people who want to be great like him. You used to do some stuff with Springboard, me and you.
Yeah, we used to.
And you're an author as well. You wrote a book.
Yeah.
Yes, and so people want to engage with you. Yeah, so make it happen.
Okay.
Jack Pata is a snake. So that's his name. Please. Are you scared of me?
I'm interested in what the snake wants
to say. Kindly ask him about the John and John film he featured in. What did he like about that movie? There was a movie, John and John.
Do you know, respectfully to the director and people, I never watched that movie.
But you were in it?
I was in it.
And you did double too, right?
And I did double I directed.
You directed that?
Yeah.
But John and John, you were in it?
I was in it.
You never saw it?
I never saw it.
So you can act stuff and never see it? It's possible?
It's possible. Well, it depends on the role.
Right?
If it's a very, very solid role, you want to see whether you delivered or not.
Okay.
It depends.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Awesome. I have a message here from you. So this is we are all wearing green today.
Yes.
And today is Green Ghana Day.
Today is Green Ghana Day.
So on the May 17th, this is what you tweeted. The highest international award for classic confusion goes to Ghana, the country that spends millions of cedis to plant trees to green Ghana, and at the same time declares war to decimate the Achimota forest. It's only in Ghana. Hashtag save Achimota forest. You don't agree with Green Ghana?
Oh, we have to green Ghana. I'm happy today that we're planting, 20 million trees?
20 million trees.
Oh, I'm all for it. Kafu, I was in Kenya recently, and I was just overwhelmed by the attention they pay to greening Kenya. Nairobi, just absolutely amazing, you know. So I'm all for greening Ghana. You know, I guess I was quite upset when I heard that the reserve has been tampered with. Achimota Reserve has been tampered with. And I'm saying, does it make sense to be spending money to green the nation and then decimate a forest that is the most greenest part of Accra? That's all. That was what my comment was about.
Did the contents of Sir John's will shock you?
Very, very, very. I don't know whether it was shocking or saddened. You know, whichever comes first.
You were shocked?
Yeah.
You didn't think that were Ghanaians shocked enough by what we heard?
You know, the whole thing about are Ghanaians shocked enough, are Ghanaians angry enough? Kafui, you know, there's this statement, I am sick and tired. You know, and that is a statement that we all make. Oh, tell her I'm sick and tired. Tell her we should do, oh, I'm sick and tired. We say it so often.
Maybe we are sick and tired of being sick and tired. Of being sick and tired.
No, we haven't gotten there yet.
We're not sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yes,
yet. Not yet.
We're just sick and tired.
That's all.
That's all. But one day we'll become sick and tired of being sick and tired. And when that time comes, change will come.
How far is that?
How far? That I don't know, man. I would thought that by now we'd have been sick and tired of being sick and tired 20 years ago. But here I am, 65, and I don't see it anywhere in the near future. So I don't know. I can't say when, but I'm saying that we will get real change in our country when we become sick and tired of being sick and tired. It's not enough to be sick and tired.
You've got to be tired, sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yes.
What gives you hope about Ghana? But before that, I have random questions.
I have to pick a random question.
So, open it and pick a random question for me.
Okay.
Nobody has seen that question.
Nobody has seen.
So when you take it, you can take it home. Take the question with you and just pick
Take
one.
the question home.
Yes, read it first and then take it home.
Yeah. If you were giving $100,000 to celebrate someone or something, who would you celebrate?
Yes. 100,000. That's like 800,000 CDs. Who would you celebrate, or what would you celebrate if you were given that money today? Shishi, cash in a hand.
Too bad Togbe returned his money, but I'll celebrate him.
You celebrate Togbe? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Why would you celebrate Togbe?
It's a beautiful act of nationalism, which Ghanaians, as we predictably are, ascribe political intentions to. To me, I saw it as an act of nationalism. Here we are. Why did e-levy come? We are broke. We need revenue.
So you would celebrate Togbe Afede?
Yes.
Let me teach you that sound right now, okay?
Yeah.
Small. I teach everyone on TikTok.
Please.
So it's like you're blowing on a candle.
Oh.
No. Don't use your teeth.
Don't use teeth.
Just. So Afede.
Oh, Togbe Afede.
I know you are kind. You don't have those sounds, but I can teach you. Like Bagbo.
Okay.
Togbe.
Oh, Bui.
Yes. Togbe.
Togbe.
Afede.
Afede.
Yeah, man.
Thank you for the lesson.
You are welcome, sir. Why would you celebrate him?
I think it was an act of nationalism and patriotism.
All right.
And it should even go further. If all the ministers and cabinet, whatever, who are owed ex gratia, as a sign of love to this nation, I plead with them. All of them should also come out and say, for the next 3-4 years, we are giving up our ex gratia. Let's build Ghana. Then I know that something constructive is happening in this nation. All of them. President, ministers, Obia, who is entitled to ex gratia, for the next 4 years, they say Ghana is so broke. We are trying to build our nation. Let's give it up for the country. So instead of criticizing Togbe Afede, let him be an example and let's follow his example.
What do you make of Paul Adomotre's rebuttal?
Totally disgusting. I'm sorry, Paul is my friend. He knows.
Did you guys go to the same school?
No. What school did you go to?
You went to Presec?
I went to Presec for 1 year.
Yeah, so you went to Presec?
I don't know. Yes. So I went to Presec. Yeah. Happy are we?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't go to Presec.
You didn't go to Presec. Okay.
So you're disgusted by
very, very disgusted. Him and some other nationalists that took way on for whatever reason. Okay, but he wasn't coming to the meetings. Well, if he wasn't coming here, he said, okay, because of that, take the money. Let's look at this and celebrate this act. And not only should he end with Togbe, but I'm saying everybody listening to me right now who is owed ex gratia. Say you are giving enough for the next 3 years. Find out how much money that it amounts to, and let's decide where we'll put that in our economy, which is struggling.
What do you make of the argument that this is what they are owed? It's not as if they stole the money. It's
fantastic.
71 holders. It is part of the
Constitution. Thank you. That's what there's a word called sacrifice. I am owed this. I deserve this. I've worked for this. But because of this, I'm going to sacrifice this. That's all. Sacrifice it. Let's build Ghana.
What's the greatest sacrifice you have made in your life?
The greatest sacrifice I have made in my life? I can't even come up with it right away.
Okay, some sacrifices. What have you given up to be where you are?
Plenty, you know, and I hate to, like, I'm blowing my own horn, but people who needed money to finish the schooling, whether it's tertiary, you know, women who needed money for some kind of things like that, you know, randomly. I don't keep a track of it. I really don't.
But personal sacrifices for you yourself. What have you had to let go to achieve what you've achieved so far? Are things that you've regretted, that you've done in the past, things you could have done better? Looking back, as you are 65, looking back, you have a lot to look back on.
Yeah, I have a lot to look back on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, plenty. You know, I can't say it on air. I'll tell you privately.
You're shy.
You see?
Are you shy?
And most importantly, it's not their business.
What was the last time you cried?
Huh?
What was the last time you cried?
The last time I cried was when was the last time I cried? I'm surprised I'm thinking about it because it was quite recent.
Quite painful.
Yeah. Oh, it was something that had happened, you know, family related, you know, and it wasn't. It was some unfortunate thing that had happened, family related, that I can't talk about.
Are you that emotional that you can cry on things like that?
Yeah. Yeah. One time, and I guess the reason I cried was I was so touched. You know, when I did the saga of the returnee about 25 years ago, some long time ago, you know, after 25 years, I said, let me do an anniversary of this thing. And after the show, this guy came with his son, you know, to meet me after the show. And he said, Kesem, do you know something? The first time we did this show, I was a little boy. And my father brought me to the National Theatre to see the show. Now here I am, I'm a grown man. I have a little boy. You're doing the show again. So I brought him here to see it. I cried.
Yeah, that's really.
I was like, wow.
Yeah.
It was just so touching for me. Yeah.
It was.
You know.
Yeah.
So
it happens to me too a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think about my brother who passed.
Mm-hmm,
Sometimes I'm driving. Somebody mentioned his birth date.
Okay.
Not in connection with him,
you.
but then I just started crying. I was driving. I was crying. Yeah. So
wow.
It happens.
Wow.
It happens. Listen, this has been just an
it's great.
Awesome conversation. What's that song that you said you like so much? Is it before something?
Famifu, Kopopo. Con slow motion. Motion. Chiminya.
I don't know who sang that song, man.
I'm forgetting the name. One time he came to me. He said, okay, Sam, thank you. I hear you like my song.
I like that song.
No. I said, who is this? Oh, Chiminya.
Listen, Ejapa is happening next week.
Ejapa is happening next week. Saturday and Saturday and Sunday.
Quick comment on that guy who tried to sacrifice his daughter for money rituals.
He's insane. I don't think the law should spare him, but first let's do an evaluation of his thinking. He's insane. We have many insane people around and they don't know. I could be, you know, but but I don't know. But I think that guy is insane. Totally. So I have so many children, you can kill some. If not, then he's a truly wicked and evil person. If it's not insanity, then generally he's very wicked. Yeah.
Message for the youth.
Message for the youth.
Yes.
Don't stop, man. In the midst of everything that can pull you down, just say in your mind, and still I rise. There may be difficulties, there may be hardships, there may be this, there may be that, there may be that. But say to yourself, and still I will rise. And you will.
You will.
Yep.
And I'm going to end on my last quote, and you sign off for me. Youth of GH, the next time we adults accuse you of bad manners, tell us that you learn from the honorables in Parliament. December 21, 2021. I think this is when they were fighting. And then you looked at them and thought, I have to write something.
Yeah. And not that they're fighting too when they go on air and their language and everything, you know. And then you turn around and tell them, Ghana Youth Crowd, they say you don't respect. Really?
Okay.
Really?
It shouldn't happen that way.
What have they learned from you anyway?
Good question. So still, we rise.
Still, we rise.
Please sign out the show for me. And we'll play your Kobo for some song for you.
Oh, really?
It's Najman, I think. So
okay, folks. Where's my camera?
Yeah, where's your camera? It's right here. It's
right here.
Right here. Sign up for me.
Okay, folks, it's been a pleasing pleasure hanging out with my man, Kafui Day. Now, he is the man because I was the man. Now, between me and Kafui Day, what can we say right now? We are out of Kafui. Let's say, here.
Thank you so much. This is GTV Breakfast. That's your song.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show. Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.